been doing this for 4 fucking years. You didn't fucking get it by now. Get the fuck out of here.
Off to the rest of your spastics and tell them you can do nothing. Yeah, you can, you stuttery. Yes, spastic. Fuck off. Go away. Help me.
I'll show you your stupid globe, and I know you'll never look back your flames.
Fuck off. Back to your spastic retard.
Yeah, whatever, Nathan. You're a genius.
That's my fucking argument and demonstration of being a spastic.
Demeaning our argument with statements like, you can do fuck all with an angle.
What can you do with an angle?
Shut up, bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Nobody was talking.
You shut the fuck up, Nathan.
I'll remove you if you don't shut up while I talk to Beth.
I will do what the fuck I like. Beth, you've been talking. You say to the audience, fuck all with an angle, and then mention me in that. You are personally insulted. Therefore, I'm going to take a strip on you based on your ignorance of that. That's what I'm going to do. Or you stuff it. Okay? So that would be doing something with an angle, wouldn't it, then? Yeah, it would, you stupid fucking retard. So our problem is with you personally, is with you being stupid, not understanding that you can do something with an angle. An elevation angle may do some kind of position on the flat plane. But 6, you don't understand this, and you're attempting to demean our argument. Like you can do lots with an angle, unless you're a fucking retard, like you. You can measure your position on Earth by way of elevation angle. That is doing something with an angle. Zero comprehension of the argument that we put across. Our responses is made.
Right, Bev, you can measure and find your position on the flat plane with an elevation angle.
Talk about your 2D surface.
Called Adam Flat Earth
No, you ain't got no purpose in life.
Fuckwits, you told you not explain the argument. The spastics I'm telling you to go back to. Did they not comprehend the argument and put it across to you? You're surrounded by fucking retards there. Clearly, we have an argument. I'm giving it to you now.
Learn the fucking scientific method or get the fuck out of here.
I'm not surprised. Listen to you lot. You're so fucking mental over a simple geometric fact. You've got a third of a triangle and yet you're doing magic with it.
Adam, you're Flat Earth Society, mate.
Called Adam Flat Earth Society.
Call QE always a wanker all you like, yeah?
Okay, while Bev's here, I just want to say, if you're subscribed to Bev, you're a spastic like Bev, because he's going to make you stupid, like he's making all of us stupid. Unsubscribe to him immediately. Definitely don't give him any money, because the guy's a fucking retard. He's going to make you more stupid, and he's going to either be conveying his stupidity to you to soak up,
Adam,
or he's
you're
fucking
Flat
lying
Earth
to you.
Society, mate.
Either way, he's poison.
Flat Earth endorsement. Thank you very much,
Shut up,
Nathan.
Bev, while I tell my audience
So
to
fuck off!
unsubscribe from you and never give you any money.
I'm
Yeah,
telling your
that's what I'm
audience.
telling
Okay.
While I tell you to shut up, Bev, I'll tell my audience, you, Bev, are a fucking thicko, and nobody should be subscribed to you.
Just living in reality, Nathan. Don't worry.
Shut up, while I tell my audience that you're fucking thick, and they so fuck off! Spoiled bitch. Excuse me, daddy issues. Adam Flat Earth Society. Kick him out, he's a fucking retard. He doesn't belong here, he's a spastic. Another Adam. He's done his attacks and me, and then Adam again with Adam. I haven't just called Bev a spastic. I called Adam Flat Earth Society. Can't do anything with an angle. An angle will be acquired through a star and GP on a plane. That's an argument. What's an ad bomb?
I think you guys are having a communication problem.
No, then we're fucking angle. So fuck off! Dead area. Shut up! Shut up! Everybody else, shut the fuck up. Three ad bombs. So fuck off! Yeah, you need other things sometimes. When you oversimplify it down to only
that means you don't understand the principle of celestial navigation. That's what we were pointing out there. I think you personally were getting cancelled a bunch about you as an individual. Like we give a fuck. Like we give a fuck about you and your personal problems that our people talk about. You are a wanker, and we will treat you like a wanker because that's how wankers get treated. Personally. Well, this fucking stupid bitch attacks everybody personally. It's called Adam Flat Earth Society. Describes how the use of an angle to find your position on a flat plane when measuring it through the start singular angle at that point is useful because it will use the angle singular to support your position at sea on a plane. So that's an argument. It's not me just calling him thick like you just called Adam Flat Earth Society.
Sick of this shit. Not
Yeah,
you,
I
Nathan.
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle from the start. Called Adam Flat Earth Society. What does Sextants do?
Measures angles.
You can do fuck all with an angle, man. He said you can do fuck all with an angle, and he is wrong.
Not
Yeah,
you,
I got it.
Nathan. I'm talking to everyone.
And my fucking balls place you unbelievable spastic.
Just an angle, Nathan. No need to get upset about it. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Yeah.
Are we?
You can do fuck all with an angle.
I can demonstrate what you can do with an angle.
You've got one angle. What are you doing with it? What are you? How do you draw a circle with an angle?
You just don't know what.
How do you draw a circle with an angle?
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle to the star. Communication of an angle that you've measured. That's not doing something with it, right, Bev? You fucking retard, you spastic, you dumbo, you thick fuck. Shut up, Owen!
You can do fuck all with an angle.
And we are live. Welcome, everyone. It's a free for all Friday, but one of those ones again. It's about that angle. I think this is probably the last time we're ever going to be dealing with these. Well, I say we're ever going to be dealing with them, but this is it's gone
it's not.
beyond a joke that what's going on at the minute within this little arena, tiny little arena, that people consider that they are the masters of reality. I mean, I think that's what it is. People are telling you what you have to think. That's not the way we're doing here. The whole idea of this channel is try thinking. That means for yourself. I don't necessarily want to be handing out stuff. I'd rather be handing out enthymemes, which I don't know. Maybe you don't even know what it is. Well, you'll feel the benefits eventually. So we're going to go over tonight a conversation that QE had. Was it last weekend? Don't know how long it's been. Maybe it was Tuesday. Tuesday, was it? And nobody else seems to have bothered about it, as though it wasn't really a thing, because nobody else seems to have picked up on the fact this angle that you can do nothing with. We have to point out that there's some geometric facts, but the whole of the idea of geometry and but just about everything that we do here is built upon the foundations of a couple of people, I think, helped us out with this. One, Raven. I mean, he's no longer around here at the minute, but I I don't think we could have been here in this place, or we would have been a few years behind. We would, of course, eventually have ended up here. Everybody has to end up at logic. First principle of everything. It's the only place where everybody can end up. It depends how long you take on your journey to get there. I have to thank Raven and Saragaki for bringing us the foundations of, I call it the communication. The basic laws, law of identity, law of the excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction. Obviously, we've found out some more. There's others. There's the double negative, and also the sufficient cause, sufficient reason. They all go together. To
the excluded middle.
Yeah. You can't make a statement with a vagueness in it. It's either a yes or a no, right? The statement is either true or false. That you've excluded the middle. There's no other ground it could be, and that's the way we work with logic, because you are given these choices. With either a false or true or false, then you can derive at a truth. Let's say, if you have a middle in there, then you can't do that, because there's another option, right? You need to establish a dichotomy, a true dichotomy, in order to be able to derive a truth. And here we are, sort of at the end of the journey, but this is really just the beginning. It's took me so long to come into an arena that nobody knows anything about, with an understanding of a truth that I already knew. I've since found a proof, but not only did I find proof, I found the logical system that helped me derive that proof for myself. That's the journey that we've come on. And most important in all of this is the contradiction. You can either, if you can see the contradiction, then you're well on your way to be able to use and understand logic. There's multiple ways that you can be tricked, and most of them are a misunderstanding of logic. Go on.
I just want to say I was watching a Jordan Peterson and I think it was Lex Friedman, and they said something about living with contradictions, and Jordan Peterson said we do have to live with contradictions until you look at them. I'm going to find the quote and I'll come back with it.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting.
Well, I mean, that's the conversation is what's needed, because without that conversation and the communication, you could go along on your own, misunderstanding things, but with greater clarity gives you better conversation, or the better conversation gives you greater clarity. And I don't think there's ever an end to it. And that's where we are today, right? We're at a point where we've found, we already knew, when I first came into this, I knew that level was horizontal, but I wasn't aware how of there being an opposition, and how much passion the opposition could have to a very simple statement. Now, when I was on this journey, I found companionship, or I don't know whether it was companionship or whatever, but I was on a journey to find out why there was something going wrong within modern day society, let's say, because of the Brexit vote. It was there was division coming because of a mark that somebody had made on a piece of paper to do with Brexit. It was, and I couldn't understand why that was splitting the country in half. Basically, that's what was going on. So I went to Twitter to find out if I could put myself within society that I was, I wasn't able to do that living, as you do. But you can, with these social media platforms, you do have the ability to place yourself within a place you wouldn't normally put yourself. And that's what I did when I came into this. So initially I was looking, because I found out that it seemed like there was a lot of division over religion, and there was a lot of stuff that was changing all of that, online. I went there first, and it seemed like there was another division between the Christians. The Christians seemed to be the ones that were getting the most attacked. And they also linked this idea of flat earth. But I couldn't understand what it was. And I eventually ended up talking to some people and ended up saying that level was horizontal. And that caused such a massive uproar. I couldn't understand it. That led us into, I was called a flat earther simply because of something I said. Now, I was just a normal person, didn't understand anything about flat earth or globe earth. Like, I don't think anybody does. Nobody knows anything about any of these topics from an outside perspective. So that when you end up actually coming into this arena, and what you find is that there's a load of experts, but what are they experts of? They're experts within a false dichotomy. Nobody's got any experience of anything, because what they're talking about is two strange models. And as far as I'm aware, anybody that comes into this arena and that looks at the globe model that's presented by anybody within this arena, it should take you 5 minutes to realise that it's full of holes. In fact, there's not much substance to it at all. In fact, there's none. That's one of the easiest things to work out when entering this arena. So you have to place that out of the way, because you're not dealing with the dogmatic globe model. We'll get to proving that at some other time. But you're not looking at that. So then you are looking at for where the proof of this flat earth, because that's all that's given to you, globe or flat. And like I said, when I came into this arena, I wasn't a flat earther. And just because somebody tells you something stupid about what they call the globe, the dogmatic globe, that doesn't mean that you become a flat earther either. Just because somebody calls you names or whatever, it doesn't mean you jump into the other team. That's ridiculous. I've never done that. Yeah, Eric. Yeah, well, that's right. Experts are arguing for or against either model. while never actually making an argument. That's precise. Because that's what you do. You come into an arena and then you're just confused about what's going on. You're given like two choices, and the longer you stay into it, the more ridiculous both of these sides seem to be. And I don't know who's been handed out these labels or whatever, but I mean, how could you join either team? I can't. They're both as ridiculous as each other, and they're both as argumentative, but bickering, right? I don't think you can communicate
harder
with
and
anyone.
harder.
Yeah,
Becoming harder and harder to be a flat earther these days.
just go with the real. Like, it's there. As far as I can see, there's no flat Earth heroes. You've been looking for them, right? You would expect there to be many of them, and them to shine like a beacon, right? But
I thought it was me for a while.
yeah, until you start talking to people and then realizing it's like poison, isn't it? It's like somebody literally
Yeah, it was
handed
like
you
it was
something.
like it was like I was poisoning people.
Yeah. Like I say, the last thing really you want to do to anyone is to invite them into this arena. And when I say this arena, right, I'm talking about the false dichotomy, not on the level. I'm talking about the flat Earth and the globe Earth. Because as far as I can see, and I've been saying it for a while, there's no difference. It's either flat Earth or it's globe Earth. And that's it. Well, that's a false dichotomy. You can prove both of them false. We can prove the dogmatic globe model. Really? Through a series of events and proofs, we can show you how it's done. I mean, we can still go out there. We are going to go out there and prove the dogmatic globe. They'll have to accept it. There's no other way. And along with that, we can go over the foundations of mathematics. It's changed. Fundamentally, it's changed over the last few years. This progression of complexity building has confused even the people that propose that they have an argument. Yeah, it's gatekept for over 80 years. They've pushed it. Like I said, that my first introduction to all of this was to take my lad out in a dinghy with a camera. And I'm thankful for the flat earthers for, offering us that opportunity. But that showed us that Robotham, the guy that literally founded this, was a lie. He didn't do what he said he did. I don't think he even said he did it. I think it was all just made up by the machine. The globe guys need the flat earthers more than the flat earthers realise. But they need the flat earthers to be in the position of being flat earthers. Puts them in a real bad position. And, that's the way it has to be. Yeah, this is our time. That's good. Like Nathan Oakley said, this is the opposition that Nathan Oakley's been waiting for. If he wants to prove this, then he can. Anybody can deal with the globe, right? Tis globe. I wouldn't want people to come and join into this arena most people know if you ever try and talk to your family or anything, you'll alienate yourself with any conversation of anything to do with flat Earth or globe Earth. People just don't want to hear it. And in saying that, we go over the contradiction, the great contradiction that QE and Nathan Oakley and 10th Man and Brian's Logic and anyone really that's been involved with that whole idea. I mean, since we started, and when I say we, I mean me and Emma and Spot On, and everybody here at the On the Level server. Since we started, this has been on the cards. The position that we're at today. We've been initially dealing with the globe guys, but watching them, and I think we've been teaching them by bringing up these things. I call it the blue marble scientific method, and it works like this. You point out a contradiction within their model, and then they fill the gaps, fill the holes, make it a not contradiction, find some way to justify it, even if that involves bringing in the flat earthers to also justify it and give it a purpose, a meaning within the contradiction, to justify a contradiction for the globe guys. Because what you find within this arena, people have built themselves a nice little paracosm, and certain things have different meanings within this arena. And Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth Debate guys have been working very closely with the globe guys in order to keep a false dichotomy alive. And what we're going to go over is one of those things. I'll have to point out again, there was a point a bit ago with Ruhif when we were talking about an angle. And Ruhif helped Ranty by putting a ruler on a picture. And that's what Ranty used to leave flat Earth. Ranty was never a flat earther. Ranty was always playing a part, allowing them to have this idea of optics being part of the game. That's what Ranty gave to flat Earth. He kept the narrative going within the optics. As soon as we came around with actual practical tests, Ranty had to go, and Ranty had to hopefully try and take me down or us down with it, with the thanks Bev and a picture at Blackpool that my son replicated with his P1000. Now, Ruhif gave that picture to Ranty, and he helped Ranty put a ruler on the picture. Now, that ruler is what Ruhif decided to generate from an angle. Except Ruhif, with that picture, he reversed it. He put the angle at the camera. Now, the camera isn't an angle measuring device, but by Ranty putting a ruler on a picture, he gave Ruhif the ability to put the angle at the camera and to associate that angle with the ruler, the distance. Well, you can't do that. Geometrically, that's impossible. That's working backwards from something to imagine you have the ability to do magic with angles. Now, come to today, we've got Nathan Oakley getting upset at me making that statement about you can do fuck all with an angle. That was said to Ruhith, and particularly the ruler on a picture. Well, it appears that the Flat Earth debate guys on Tuesday, I don't know what you call it. Is it jumping the shark? Is that, would that be an accurate term? I don't really know what it means. It means like they've actually helped Ruhith, but they've helped Ruhith with a right angled triangle. It's so weird. It's just not how reality works. Yeah. Let me see, right? I don't know how this is going to go. I don't think it's... Discord's been playing us about with us, so I'm not too sure about how it works. Okay. The other day, QE was doing a live stream, and in that live stream, Bacon comes over. Well, there's two people within this. There's Bacon, and then there's Gary Wabenga. Now, we're blocked. Nobody can point out. It doesn't seem like any of them access the chat anyway, but we're not allowed to put anything in the chat. So we're relying on other people to be able to go over there, because there's something wrong with QE. He does not want to engage in conversation about his fallacious modus tollens that he calls the Black Swan, or this Sextant argument. Now, the Sextant non-argument is based upon one thing, and we've been talking about it for ages. In conversation with anybody, you measure an angle with the sextant, because the sextant is an angle measuring device. Then after that, what happens? What do you do with that angle once you've measured it? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about what do you do in practicality with that angle? And here we are today. Right, so listen to this. See if this still comes through for you guys.
This is to the moon, validate, and then what's the distance to Andromeda?
Is that coming through? It's coming through on the...
Yeah,
right,
it is.
Right. So, okay, QE's asking a question of Bacon. And now this is pretty important. We might need to go back to this a few times, right?
Validate, and then what's the distance to Andromeda? Validate, please.
I'm gonna include distance to Andromeda. The distance to the moon I measured to be, let me see if I still have it around here. Just a sec.
So Bacon's telling him he's got a distance to the moon measurement.
Yeah.
Oh, my measurement used a globe assumption, but I got...
Oh, we can't do that.
I know. So I don't expect you to accept this distance, but I measured to be 360,000 kilometers.
360.
You didn't measure.
You didn't measure that.
You calculated it. It's not a measurement.
That's Nathan Thompson in the background there. So QE's got Nathan Thompson over. Nathan Thompson, the guy that shouts at children outside school grounds.
Yeah, the final value didn't came directly through my sextant because it measures angles. But as I said, I used the globe assumption to determine the distance.
You measured what? Well, did you say sextant?
Okay, so Bacon said he's measured an angle with a sextant. Now QE's just pointed out. Did you say sextant? So here we go. This is the angle measuring device. Here we go.
Yeah.
How in the hell are you measuring distance with a sextant?
of the celestials.
How the hell? Like this is QE, right? This is QE.
Yeah.
How in the hell are you measuring distance with a sextant of the celestials?
How are you measuring distance with a sextant? Valid question, right?
Yeah, you cannot.
Here we go.
Oh no, I measured an angle with the sextant.
Yeah.
What I did was to determine the distance using the globe assumption, as I told you.
Right, so he said he just measured an angle with the sextant.
Yes,
So that's
and
all
he used-
Bacon's done. He's measured an angle, right? And QE's saying, how the hell did you measure a distance with a sextant?
No. All you got is an elevation. All you got is an elevation angle to the celestials. That doesn't
Right.
have anything to do with distance. Are you trying to solve a right angle triangle to the celestials?
Okay. Do you want to hear that again? Right? Because this is going to get very confusing very fast. Remembering this is this is QE dealing with Bacon, and Bacon said he's just measured an angle. QE says, how the hell do you measure the distance to a celestial, a light in the sky, with a sextant? And then listen to this. What does he say?
No. All you got is an elevation. All you got is an elevation angle to the celestials. That doesn't
Right.
have anything to do with distance. Are you trying to solve a right angle triangle to the celestials?
Are you trying to solve a right angle triangle to the celestials? Literally. Because in order for you to measure a distance, you'd need a right angle triangle, right?
Yes, supposedly.
Yeah. And at least, well, obviously you'd know it's a right angle triangle because you've got a right angle already. And you'd need to know one of the other angles and a length of one of the sides, right? And then you can do something with it, right? That's how you solve, right? But no. All we've got here is an angle. I'll go over it again, just so we know that QE actually said this.
No. All you got is an elevation. All you got is an elevation angle to the celestials.
All you've got.
That doesn't
Right.
have anything to do with distance. Are you trying to solve a right angle triangle to the celestials?
Are you trying to solve a right angle triangle? All you've got's an elevation angle, right?
Yeah, so he's suggesting that this is impossible.
Yeah. Right, so what do we do now, right? Where do you go from that? What happens? ECV grabs hold of QE's brain right now and mashes it up. Because this is what happens.
Not a right angle triangle. There was a triangle I was saving to get this, but
It's not a
that's
right
not
angle
right
triangle.
one.
What is an elevation
Yeah.
angle? Let's stop here. What?
Right, so you have to get this. QE's just said, are you trying to solve a right angle triangle? It's just an elevation angle, right? And then Bacon says this.
Not a right angle triangle. There was a triangle
It's not
I was
a right
saving
angle
to
triangle.
get this, but
It's not a
that's
right
not
angle
right
triangle.
one.
What is an elevation
Yeah.
angle? Let's stop here. What is an
It's
elevation
an angle above horizontal.
It is not.
It's an angle
That's
above
not what
horizontal.
an elevation angle is, Sunshine. Define an elevation
Well, correct
angle.
me then.
If you ever
the
talk
way I
one
define
more
it is-
time, I'm gonna stomp a damn.
Bacon gave him a correct answer.
Yeah?
Yes, this is angle above horizontal. This is how it is defined in many dictionaries, in wiki or whatever. He literally gave him a correct definition of this angle.
Yes, he did. But what's QE doing? Because he's just sort of questioned him about the right angle. Nope.
Mudhole, dead in your ass. Define an elevation angle, Sunshine.
Don't know why he's doing that.
Me?
Yeah,
He
you.
already had.
Yeah, as I just said, what I call an elevation angle is just an angle above a horizontal.
Not what you call.
So, he's asked him for a definition of an elevation
Yes.
angle. He gave him it.
Disagreed. Yes, and
And
he
then
disagreed.
he's asked him again, and he said it's just an angle above a horizontal, which he missed out within the vertical plane. But yeah, it's just an angle.
But in fact, definitions, as I have seen, they don't tell anything about vertical. It's just, as he said, it's just an angle above horizontal.
Yeah, but I mean, you could slope it at 45 degrees, couldn't you? And you get a greater angle if it wasn't within the vertical plane.
Yes, I agree, but if they don't mention in dictionaries, I think because it is implicit.
Yeah. Yeah, it should already be known, right? That it's just an angle in the vertical plane. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious.
What is the definition of an elevation angle? Not what you call it.
Right. So what is the definition? And it's like, well, look it up.
Yeah, and he gave him already twice.
Bacon.
Yeah, that's the definition I'll give you.
No, I don't want your definition. I want the definition of an elevation angle.
Well, they're not the definition. They're books defining using different words.
No, there isn't.
You're gonna find different words for the same thing.
No, there isn't. No, you're full of shit. You know what you're doing? That's a law of identity violation.
Ooh. QE brings in a law of identity violation with Bacon. Well, Bacon's just give him the definition and
yes, the definition.
Yeah.
Yes. Even if he said that it is maybe his definition, it doesn't matter. It is the definition of elevation angle.
Mm-hmm. And remember what he's saying at the beginning. He called Bacon and asked him he was making a right angle triangle. He wasn't trying to solve for a right angle triangle. And this is QE.
Are you saying
Okay, let me
dictionaries are going
just
to
go
double
with-
speak about the same word?
No, I'm not saying
Right.
they double speak, but they're not
Okay,
going to
but
use
what's
the
the
exact same
definition?
sentence every time.
Oh my God!
Okay,
you
let me-
fucking clown.
I can read the
I
first
don't-
one
I
I
don't
found on
think
Google. It
anybody's
says pretty much the
expecting you-
same thing as I did, which is I can read the first one I found on Google. That's pretty much the same thing as I did.
Oh,
Just
really?
not word by word.
Same thing as
Yeah.
you did. Okay, go ahead.
It's an angle formed by a line of sight and a horizontal plane for an object above the horizontal.
There you go. Where you get a horizontal plane on a globe tart.
So
Okay,
he did agree
now-
with him.
Yeah,
Mm.
but basically he said the same
That
thing.
was, it's just a repeat of what he said the first time. I get that.
I used a pot of water.
You used a pot of water.
I used a bottle of water.
Now, I
He's
don't know
just
why
ready-
QE's laughing at this. I find
yeah,
it
he's-
strange myself.
Yes, because he is in trouble and he's making red herring. This is typical for QE. So this is not the first time, not the last time. He's doing this all the time.
Yeah.
Red herring.
Trying to make it
He's
out
like-
that there's something funny about Bacon using a pot of water. I'm Nathan Thompson laughing as well, joining in.
You used a pot. Just say that one more time. You used a pot of water.
I missed the punchline.
Horizontal lines don't have slope. Your globe would have a slope, buddy.
Horizontals don't have a slope, Nathan. And pretty much I would say that the bit of water that he used wasn't sloping either. So
Yes. So
I don't know
why,
what's going on here.
why they are talking about sloping. Bacon didn't say anything about sloping horizontal. He gave them definition of elevation angle. He didn't imply that this horizontal is sloping. So they are just red herring.
Right,
And
I've also
strawmanning.
got another clip here, and I've pieced this in. This is Bob, and this was taken from a fair bit ago when Bob was talking about this. Listen to what Bob, the science guy, says about this.
Because a small dish of water will form a tangent line to the earth at the location it's set up, exactly level. And that's a difficult thing to do. That's why you use the surface of a small dish of water, because a small dish of water will form a tangent line to the earth at the location it's set up. And there's a couple of different ways that you can do it, but this right here I think is the water, because a small dish of water will form a tangent line to the earth at the location it's set up.
Okay, so that's Bob again, also saying the same thing. A tangent line, Bob calls it. I mean, I don't know why he calls it a tangent line. It's just a horizontal, right? Bob gets confused with his words. He is a dogmatic.
I do.
Guy.
I know why he calls it a tangent line.
Well, the water establishes a tangent line, right?
Well, because when you look out across the water, it seems to ramp up to the middle of your vision. And he thinks his horizontal that he's establishing is touching the horizon at a tangent.
No, he thinks the water that you use
is
a tangent.
The little spray of water. Yeah, because if you extend that plane.
Yeah, the water. All you've got to do is take the words that people use, right, and not filter them through a model. For some reason, Bob thinks the water is horizontal, just like Bacon. Now, Bob thinks it's a tangent, but the water can't really be a tangent, can it? Can it?
Tangent to what?
Mm-hmm. In reality, could it be a tangent? Or has he just got something warped in his mind where he can imagine it's a tangent? But
no, they're parallel.
Definitely horizontal, right? The water is what we're talking about. Now, that's what QE's just laughed at. Now, these guys, they're living in the same reality that we are. So what are they saying that's any different? They're not. So for some reason, these people have set up us and them when there's no difference. Other than Bob's misunderstanding of the use of tangent, there's no difference between Bacon, Bob, and us here. Because I would say the water level is horizontal, yes. Now, you can imagine it's a tangent if you want, but that would be your misunderstanding. You'd be misunderstanding underneath what's going on with the water. You'd be thinking below surface, whereas we're just talking about the surface, the water level being horizontal, or being able to be used as a horizontal, practically used as a horizontal. The only person that's any different here, well, the only two people we've heard so far, are QE and Nathan Thompson. And they're the ones that have a problem with water being used to establish a horizontal. Let's hear what QE's got to say.
That was pretty
Okay.
funny. You used a pot of water. That was really good. That was classic. Somebody might want to
Water is horizontal.
I think he said plot.
to define a level.
A pot with water in it.
A pot of water. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
how does a pot of
stupid.
water? How does a pot of water change the fact you use horizontals which don't exist on a don't exist on a globetard religion, bud?
Now, Nathan Thompson's just done the Flat Earth Society thing there. Because everybody knows that horizontals definitely exist in reality, right? What would be the point of not having the word? Right? If they don't exist, why does the word exist, Nathan Thompson? Yeah, Nathan Thompson is the weird guy that shouts at kids. Yep. Why would he say that? Like, I mean, can you imagine what that would sound like? On your model, horizontal doesn't exist. It's like, well, it does in reality, so what are you saying? Because we're saying that in reality, horizontals definitely exist. But that doesn't make it a flat earth. Nathan Thompson, you've forgotten about reality.
Yeah, because he is trying to change topic, because this topic seemingly is inconvenient for them. Because Bacon is talking normal things. He's talking about angle of elevation. Now he's talking about horizontal, because they asked how he can establish horizontal. He told them how he established horizontal. So everything should be all right. So I don't understand why Nathan Thompson is asking that stupid questions about
and don't forget about QE as well. I mean, Brian's logic tries to have a little bit. I think listen to that again.
That was pretty funny. You used a pot of water. That was really good. That was classic. Somebody might want to.
Water is horizontal.
Water is horizontal. See, Brian. Yeah. Manager, he agrees as well. So Brian says that water is horizontal. What's QE say?
I think he said plot.
To define a level.
A pot with water in it.
A pot of water. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
how does a pot of
stupid.
water?
Why is it stupid? Why is it stupid, QE? What's going on?
Maybe stupid, but effective. So
it's what they do.
Understand.
Literally, it's what they do.
How does a pot of water change the fact you use horizontals which don't exist on a don't exist on a globetard religion, bud?
They don't exist on a globetard religion. What? What's Nathan Thompson doing? I mean, that's crazy. Get in reality.
How does a pot of water solve that?
Oh, I'd say the surface of that water is pretty damn horizontal.
Oh, wow.
So the surface of the water is pretty damn horizontal. QE laughs. QE laughs. Listen to it again. This is Bacon.
Say the surface of that water is pretty damn horizontal.
Oh, wow.
You're trolling, dude. That's
You got it.
Oh, trolling, yeah.
It's just like, come on.
Yeah, no,
This is
Adam's
trolling.
joining in. He's trolling. What?
So they are just denying everything, whatever he says.
Yeah.
Whatever.
This is a model affliction, right? It's not what Bacon's saying. It's just the fact that Bacon's saying it. And you know that you're dealing with some weird people if they can't even hear what Bacon's saying. And I don't know whether anybody can hear what we're saying now either. Everybody may be listening in with this model affliction that stops them from hearing actually what's being said. And I don't know whether Bacon knows it either. I think because Bacon's now taking the position that water's horizontal. The surface of water is horizontal. Bacon's position. QE's now saying that's ridiculous.
He's laughing, and Adam Meeken is saying that he's trolling.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. This is why I'm saying this is... How can you bother staying in this when everything's turned upside down now? You know, like, it's so obvious that these guys are within a narrative that they can't get out of. They're not hearing each other. Mental.
You guys disagree with that? I thought you guys would accept it.
I just think
the surface of the pot of water is horizontal.
Oh my god.
He's trolling.
He's trolling again? He said I thought you guys would agree with that, and I would have done. He's not wrong. I can't understand why QE and Adam and Nathan Thompson can't see it. I don't know.
See, I thought you
Tuesday night, it's comedy night, and the floor's with bacon. Off you go, carry on.
Come on, Flatty, go on.
I really thought you guys would agree with me here.
Sorry, Bacon.
He says it again. Thought you guys would agree with me, and QE once again laughs.
Strange behavior, because they should agree with him.
Yeah.
So they disagree, or what?
You should agree, pack up your bags and say, well done, we've solved it, we all agree. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Thank you very much. That's one of the things that we can all agree on. What's up with that? What's up with finding agreement with people? Because I think we all can agree on that. That's one of the things, along with the horizon being horizontal. There's some things that we can all agree on. Now, can you prove it? That's the next question where we can go. If we can all agree on something, then who has the ability to prove these things? Because we're in total agreement about them. Or at least some of us are. Bacon's out there. Come and have a chat. I mean, we're in agreement with Bob as well. Come and have a chat. We can have a conversation about agreeing with people, because we all live in reality and we're all just talking about reality. So let's start off where we agree. QE, Nathan Thompson, Adam Meekin, and Brian to some degree, because he's not standing up and saying anything really. He's going along with these guys. Flat Earth debate guys are the odd ones out, as far as I can see.
No, go ahead.
I thought you said plot of water, like PLOT.
No, pot.
You said pot of water.
Yeah,
okay.
like a bucket.
That's it, like a bucket.
I might be picking the wrong word here.
Wow.
It's a metal pot just filled with water to get the moon's reflection, because I don't have a ocean horizon, so I improvise with an artificial horizon. That's pretty standard practice.
Artificial horizon with a marine sextant, really?
Because a small dish of water will form a tangent line to the Earth at the location it's set up, exactly level. And that's a difficult thing to do. That's why you use the surface of a small dish of water, because a small dish of water will form a tangent line to the Earth at the location it's set up. And there's a couple of different ways that you can do it, but this right here I think is the water, because a small dish of water will form a tangent line to the Earth at the location it's set up.
Again, you've got Bob pointing it out. Same thing. I thought everybody knew this is one of the methods that they use. in navigation to be able to split the angle, let's say. There's certain geometric properties that can be used.
Hang on.
Yeah.
You think any of those FED guys have done any celestial navigation?
Well, it appears that they haven't even done the geometric principles of anything.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever done any celestial navigation to even have a clue what they're talking about.
I know, 10th Man said that he had a boat, or he said he was going to buy a boat. I don't know whether he has a boat, or whether he was just, you know, trying to big up how much money he had and which sort of a yacht he was going to buy. So he might have done. I bet he's bought a sextant. But, you know, as far as Nathan Oakley and QE and Nathan Thompson, Adam Meakin, I wouldn't say that they've ever even held a sextant to measure an angle. Never mind continued the procedure to work out, you know, where they are. I've got a sextant. I've measured an angle with one. But, I mean, that's all I can do. I can just measure angles with it. I don't have the ability to do anything else other than that. So let's see what where they go.
So you said
that's...
elevation angle. Is an elevation angle a right angle triangle?
Why are we?
Hold on, Adam.
No.
Hold on, Adam.
Shut up, Adam. We don't look at anybody on the soundboard.
Is an elevation
just an
angle a right angle triangle? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, from...
It's just after the...
Right, so now, after doing all of that thing at the beginning, asking him whether he was solving for a right angle triangle, it appears at this point now, QE's decided he's going to do a full switch. And now I don't know any of the FED guys that are watching this. What are you meant to think at the minute? Because QE started bollocking Bacon for trying to solve a right angle triangle. And now QE's about to do his citation. Quite a list of citations here.
All right, Brian, I got this. I got it.
No, his own definition debunks him.
Angle of elevation from...
See, I think Brian was coming in to save QE, to help him out a bit. I'm not too sure. I don't know whether you could stop QE at this minute, right? He's now going through his citations. I bet he's got all of these wrote out on slides.
GeoGebra. This looks like a right angle triangle to me with 90 degrees. Anywhere else?
Angular size won't give you distance. You need to either know the distance or know its actual size.
This is a clip of Nathan Oakley. Listen to this again. This is Nathan Oakley. I decided to put this in here.
Angular size won't give you distance. You need to either know the distance or know its actual size. That's what you need. And you don't have either, Bob, do you?
And it was actually pretty accurate.
No. It won't give you anything. There's no accuracy by way of just looking at the size of something by way of its angle. That doesn't give you anything. You either need to know its actual size to begin with or its actual distance.
So there's Nathan Oakley saying, you know, just an angle doesn't give you much, does it? And I'm sorry, Flat Earth guys. You've been fooled by a team of people for a fair few years. They've given you shit arguments. And now they're doing this. Just confusing everyone. Sorry, Paper, go on.
No, he said that you have just only angle, so without distance, you cannot say anything about this object. Angular size of an object cannot give you real size of an object if you have only this angular measurement. So this is what Nathan Oakley said, and that's true. That's true.
Well, QE's going to do the
This looks from
triangle.
GeoGebra 2, the angle of elevation. This looks like a right angle triangle to me.
He keeps saying this looks like. It's just showing pictures of people drawing triangles. But, I mean, does that make an elevation angle a triangle? We'll see. QE's got a few citations. Do you want to say something?
Interesting. From GeoGebra again. Explore angles of elevation and depression. Elevation angle. This looks like a right angle triangle to me, sir. And you're...
Again, another looks like. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
but
not a
he's-
definition at all, is it?
Not definition. Yes, some with some definitions you can have these pictures with something looking like triangle. But in fact, in most of these pictures, it is not opposite side, but it is just an object, like a wall or tree or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But not really triangle.
saying no, you're exposed.
Well, I can't see what you're seeing. but
Well, dude, get on YouTube.
doesn't matter. Like,
Get on
doesn't really matter what it
YouTube.
seems
It
like to
does
you.
matter. Shut your fucking mouth.
Wow. This is going to be a new mix, a buster. I've got all of these set up.
Super chat.
Angles of elevation.
Yeah.
This looks like two right angle triangles to me.
Two?
Yeah. A triangle is
Yeah.
a polygon.
Well, yeah, you
An
said
angle is an angle.
no. So, we're at the University or the Pacific Institute of Mathematical Sciences. The angle of elevation. This looks like a right angle triangle to me.
They all look like it. He's just looking at
Yes,
pictures.
Yes, he's not citing definition.
Yeah.
Not citing definition. He's look at this picture.
Here's a picture of a triangle
Picture-
whilst we're
Yes,
talking
but
about the
picture is not
definition of
definition,
an
sorry.
elevation angle.
Yeah, picture is not definition.
Yeah,
No.
that's what it looks
Is there any
like.
citation that says that elevation angles are angle triangles? Or is that just what
mathonly.com.
looks like to you?
Math don't.
Again, Bacon's just pointed that out to him. Well done, Bacon. Yeah. You're just looking at pictures. Is there any definitions?
This is a right angle fucking triangle, you moron.
Again, looking at a picture. QE's arguments are getting better and better. It's no wonder they don't let this guy go out anywhere and do any debates. This is a setup. This guy is handing flat earthers shit arguments. And literal, this is geometric falsehoods. All to serve a shit argument that somebody has sold them. Somebody who's not here anymore, I might add.
Oh, I can't see what you're seeing. Can you?
I
like,
just
share a screen or
told you,
something?
look on YouTube. Are we going to have to go over this again? Am I going to have to tell you how to tie your shoes?
No.
So, mathonly.com, height and distance with two angles of elevation. These are two right angle triangles, sunshine.
He's talking about the law of sines. It's just within a right angle triangle.
Yeah. So trigonometry, yes, but this is not just angle of elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the angle is not the triangle. You asked if the angle
Study.com,
was a right angle
angle-
triangle.
There you go. There's Bacon. The angle is not a triangle. Just told QE again.
Of elevation. What is an angle of elevation? It has a hypotenuse, opposite, and adjacent, and a 90-degree angle. This is a right angle triangle.
In definition,
Well, I don't know.
I don't think
Just
so.
got a picture of a right angled triangle, and then he's saying elevation angle at the side of it. That's all he's doing.
How many is that? 10? Do we have any more? From math space, an angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to a lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to a horizontal plane. That's a different...
Exactly what Bacon said
yes.
at the beginning.
Yeah.
Exactly. Same thing.
Yeah, but this is not good for QE. Not good.
Yeah,
Let's-
he said
let's
it.
skip
It's
it.
not good. Yeah.
That's another point of order, Your Honor, but we'll get to that. This is a right angle triangle.
It's not. He just said it's just an angle. Not a right angle triangle. There might be a picture of a right angle triangle, but the elevation angle is not a right angle triangle. Well,
Complete with a
that's what you'd say.
90-degree angle symbol.
Well, why are we talking
Why
about
are
elevation
we... What?
angles?
From mass space
Because I didn't
again.
measure.
From mass space again, angle of elevation. This is a right angle triangle.
he keeps saying now he's saying this is a right
Yes, because
angle
he's
triangle.
pointing out. Yes, because he has picture of triangle.
Yeah, I think so.
From Q math, what is a 90-degree angle formula? This looks like a right angle triangle to me.
It's a 90-degree angle formula. What? What's
Angle
that
of
got to do with
elevation.
an elevation angle?
Nothing.
Something completely different.
I think that's what he means when he said he assumed it's a globe. He just assumed it's not a right angle triangle. And that's why he's so confused.
Angles
No,
of
yeah, I
elevation.
see.
So if you assume it's not a right angle triangle, Nathan Thompson is going to say you're assuming it's a globe. Nathan Thompson, Flat Earth Society, man. I don't know what these people are doing. Like, who are you going to take authority on geometric matters? A guy who shouts at children? Or, you know, or his friend, QE? The guy that allows people who shouts at children to come on and say ridiculous things. If you imagine that an elevation angle isn't a right angle triangle, then Nathan Thompson's going to put you in the globe camp. What on earth is fucking ridiculous, man?
When I Google for angle of elevations, there are some pictures where there's a full triangle being drawn, and some of them are just two lines which don't form a triangle.
Oh my God,
So
you
the
are a
question wasn't if-
retard.
You can have angle of elevation in a right angle
No,
triangle.
Bacon,
Asking if
read
they were
your,
the
read
same,
your
and
definition
they're
again.
not.
Read your definition again, Bacon. Read the definition you read out from Google.
Right. The angle formed by the line of sight in the horizontal plane for an object above the horizontal.
Exactly. That means that horizontal line extends to below where that angle line is.
Yeah. Brian's logic. Don't say you're not part of this, mate. This, look.
Exactly. That means that horizontal line extends to below where that angle line is.
Extends to below where that angle line is. You're gonna
What does it mean? What
It
he
just-
said.
I don't. Well, I think he expands a bit. This is Brian's logic. Flat Earth.
That's a straight line.
It doesn't say it
vertical.
stops there.
It extends to that point. That's the point. So if you take an angle to a high building and you have a horizontal line, then that horizontal line stretches all the way to underneath where that hypotenuse finishes.
There you go. Where the hypotenuse finishes. Light in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if
And this-
you want to make a triangle, then that's what you're doing. You're solving. right? If you can come up with a distance, you can come up with all of the distances because you can solve for a right angle triangle. If you have a right angle triangle and you have the right angle, obviously, one angle and a distance, you can solve for all of them. Do the whole thing. All of it. Everything. I don't know whether the flat earth guys actually realize their implications of their statements. I'm pretty sure Bacon does. And I think we all do as well. But these guys these are the flat earthers.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
the
not
point. That's a right
disagreeing.
angle triangle.
I'm not
That's a right
disagreeing that you
angle.
can form.
That's a right angle triangle.
I understand your claim. I'm not disagreeing that
Not
that's
claim,
formula
it's
right.
the way it is.
See, he's saying it's not a claim. That's the way it is, says Brian's logic.
I'm not disagreeing that if you're sighting the top of a building, you can form a right angle triangle there. Obviously, you can do that.
You
That's
said an
the common
elevation
contention.
angle was not
The-
a right
He
angle
simply
triangle.
asked me.
Yeah, see? Saying
Yeah,
if you sight
because
the
it is
top
not.
of a building, of course you can make a right angled triangle.
Yes, because you have building. This
Yeah.
building, this is the opposite side.
Yeah.
So you have this.
Yeah, that definitely can be done.
You said a elevation angle was not a right angle triangle. I'm sharing it. Pop in there right now, Numpty.
Yeah. He did say that, and I would also agree with him. It's not.
And definition says so that it is just an angle above horizontal. Nothing about triangle.
I agree that it's not either.
Yeah. And
I'm a baller.
would you agree that a small
His
bucket of
globe.
water can be a horizontal or be used as a
Yeah.
horizontal? Yeah. No laughing.
Yeah.
No saying it's a troll or anything like that.
No.
Yeah. Imagine that.
I couldn't believe he was. I couldn't believe he was saying the shit he was saying.
Yeah.
Oh, the stuff. Sorry.
It's Friday. Hey, that's what we're up for.
I work with dairy cattle. Shit is just a mere word. But I realize it isn't to everybody. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is about as bad as it gets, and this is what he's doing with Bacon, right? So Bacon's the one that's wound him up. Bacon's giving the horizontal water and all of this sort of stuff. It's
Bacon, all you
it's
have
crazy.
to do
I
is
see it.
it's almost like they
you were
reverse
wrong.
roles.
Yeah. I personally can't see what the point of dealing with such delusional flat earthers, right? Because these guys can't be serious, right? They can't get to where they are after however many years and not understand the basic geometric principles of either the thing that they're doing or the actual geometry of how we deal with reality. I think 10th Man has sold them this angle within the argument, and they've relied on that because it's been pushed so much. They've gone over it, you know. They're not even aware of what the argument is anymore.
How hard is
It's
that,
bad.
dude? How hard is it?
About what?
You were wrong.
Wrong about what?
You're wrong about. You said a right angle triangle is not an elevation angle, or an elevation angle is not a right angle triangle. Are you seeing this right here? Angle of elevation, GeoGebra. What is this?
Yeah, the angle is just the angle, not the whole.
What
triangle. The
is
triangle is one
this?
thing. The angle is another thing.
What is
They're not the
this?
same
Oh,
thing.
you're saying the angle of elevation is a right angle triangle, though.
Not.
Yeah, it is not.
He's
It
doing
doesn't
like
matter.
a word association thing. He's got a triangle and he's holding the triangle up. And in his other hand, he's got elevation angle. And he's trying to say, look at this triangle. And then say elevation angle. And look at the triangle. Look at it. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, I would say that at this stage, QE is going mental, completely mental.
Yeah.
He's a magician. Look
Yeah.
at this hand.
It-
Don't look at that one.
yeah. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Say elevation angle. But it's madness.
No, it's just one of the angles.
That's what he's saying. No.
I mean,
Say it
obviously just
again.
one of those angles.
Say it again.
The angle isn't the full triangle. The angle is not the
The
full triangle.
angle's
it's
not
just
the
one of
full
the angles.
triangle, you fucking numpty dipshit.
Yeah, that's what's
See?
stupid. Yes.
Now, this is like flat Earth delusions. Like, if you want to get done for misinformation, then this is how you do it. You start saying stupid shit, and then never have a conversation with anyone about it. Even when people are coming in to say, look, Kiwi, I think what you're doing there is a little bit fucking ridiculous. You don't really want to be telling flat earthers to go out there and say this because, well, it's just a blatant untruth. Like, nobody's going to come and support this. No, nobody from reality is going to join your side of the conversation if you're saying stupid shit like QE's doing here. And I don't see why it's needed for this sort of stuff. I mean, we all have reality. Let's just deal with reality. There's no need to make stupid shit up. That goes specifically to QE. I know he won't listen, and I know nobody else will be listening, so nobody will be able to tell him to clip this out. This is specifically for you, QE. You're talking shit, mate. And you're telling people to also follow you in talking that shit. It's pushing paralogisms on people. Not a good thing. Some of these people might not have the geometric acumen to be able to support this argument for themselves. So you might literally be telling people a load of shit. But you don't care, QE, because you don't have to. You can sit behind your little, in your little room, guarded by all of your mods and things, and block everybody that you don't want to hear. Well,
Yeah, I'm still blocked.
yeah. Yeah, he's blocked everyone. He's only got his little sycophant gang people that sort of agree with him, because anybody that disagrees with him, he can't deal with it. He can't actually support his own arguments because they're full of shit. Black Swan as well. The whole thing. He's made.
I mean, isn't that
look
obvious?
stupid.
Isn't
An
this
angle is not a
obvious?
polygon.
What is this? Angle of elevation. What is this?
Yeah, the 60 degrees an angle of elevation. The rest of the thing forms a triangle.
And it
Those
forms
aren't
what?
the same thing.
It forms a triangle. What type of triangle?
Yeah, it forms a right angle triangle.
Thank
But
you
the
very
right
much.
angle
You
triangle
just
itself-
debunked yourself. Good night.
Yeah, the right
Yeah.
angle triangle isn't the elevation.
You're
Wow.
done. You're done.
A right angle triangle. You just snatched your own wig off, buddy.
Yeah, he said a right angle triangle. One of the weirdest forms of debates. Grown men acting like children. So you said it, you said it.
No, he didn't. He said that this is not triangle.
Yeah.
So this is part, this 60 degree or whatever it was. This angle is just part of triangle.
One
if
of
you
the
will.
angles, right? Not
Yeah.
all three of them, just one. An angle.
Super chat, super chat.
Super chat. Super fluid. You're done.
Super embarrassing. for Bacon.
Roger Ledwell, back when it was about the pot of water, he said, trim that out. And
Pot of water,
another super
remember?
chat from Reg Joe 23. He said, it's potty time classic.
Well, the usage of an artificial horizon is pretty
Shut the
standard
hell up.
in celestial
You're
navigation.
fucking done.
Because a small dish of water will
Go
form
again.
a tangent line to the Earth at the location it's set up, exactly level. And that's a difficult thing to do That's why you use the surface of a small dish of water, because a small dish of water will form a tangent line to the Earth at the location it's set up. And there's a couple of different ways that you can do it, but this right here, I think, is the water, because a small dish of water will form a tangent line to the Earth at the location it's set up.
We ain't listening to your dumbass anymore. I'm protecting my audience and my people in here from your dumbassery.
Yeah. QE is protecting his audience from having to hear Bacon say it's not a triangle. QE's protecting himself. QE's a weak man. Can't stand criticism and he can't support his own argument. But he doesn't even have an argument to start off with.
The fact that you can use an artificial horizon.
Don't entertain.
See, now, that was Flatsy. And Flatsy's just about to say the fact that you can use an artificial horizon, which obviously was the water that was establishing a horizontal plane of reference for them to be able to use the sextant with, right? It's still a horizontal plane of reference. And that's why it gets used by the sextant to make an artificial horizon. So Flatsy's trying to bring it up and point out that, you know, that's something that is used in reality that we can agree on. And listen to the response, what QE does.
The fact that you can use an artificial horizon.
Don't entertain that horse shit when he just said.
See, don't entertain it. Why don't entertain it? There's something strange going on, guys. And if you can't see this, then like we can. I can. I've been able to see this for fucking ages. QE is obviously leading people on here. He's misleading flat earthers. But, you know, under the guise of flat earth. But that's what flat earthers are meant to do, right? They're meant to mislead people. That's the official narrative that's been given. People like QE are only doing what they should be doing. Showing everybody what flat earthers are like. The actual official narrative of flat earth. That's what QE is. Oh.
Oh my god. Oh crap.
We lost Bev.
No, you're back. I don't know.
You back?
Yeah, Discord's being a little bit weird. You're going to need this, aren't you? I don't know why it did that. Right, here we go. Yeah, so I don't know why QE's telling Flatsy to not say that.
I knew what he was going to do. When he just said an elevation angle is not a right angle triangle, it's done for him. He's over.
Why? See? When he knew what he was going to say. Because an elevation angle isn't a right angle triangle. So it's no wonder you knew he was going to say it.
And then at the end, he said, yes, a right angle triangle is an elevation angle. It's over.
No, he didn't.
He didn't.
He didn't.
He said he was probably looking at a right angle triangle in a picture.
Yes. He said that in the picture. Yes, it is triangle. Okay.
But only the
Elevation
60
angle is
degrees is the elevation angle. Is what Bacon said.
Yeah.
I heard him say it too.
Yeah, so QE is lying, just lying.
Mm-hmm. And he's telling Flatsy to shut up and not follow the inquiry of the fact that an artificial horizon would seem to help them. But QE doesn't even want to go there. Thinks it's trolling.
No more entertaining his dumbassery.
Is the Russian still in?
Sorry, can I just,
this is the point where...
And the guy that he calls a Russian isn't a Russian.
you get
Said he
chewed
wasn't
up.
Russian.
Yeah, with a QE
Adam's
will
been
cheer
drinking.
because you've been demonstrated to just be, I don't know, retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is what I call Adam Meakin, the Flat Earth Society guy. Right now, he's obviously been drinking, but you know, we'll go over this because this is well worth pointing out what Adam brings to this particular argument. Remember, QE's just had a go at Bacon. He's had to mute him to because he didn't want his audience's ears to be hearing these statements about it not being a triangle. So come on,
Second.
Nathan.
Sorry, can I just
So this is the
point
point
something out?
where you get chewed up.
Point that you get chewed up.
Yeah, with a QE will cheer because you've been demonstrated to just be,
Demonstrate
don't
to
know,
me.
retarded.
Yeah.
Retarded. By saying that an elevation angle isn't a triangle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Super
Fundamental.
chat.
Super chat again. Hold
Another
on.
one.
Hold on. Adam, we'll get back to you in a second, Brian. I heard you speak up. I know you got another point. Let's do the super chat, and then we're going to get to Matush. Go ahead.
Jadu, he sent QE. Brian Bacon has been told this numerous times on other servers. He keeps coming back with this two-line nonsense. He's a geocentric glober.
Two-line nonsense. It's an angle. Like all of these years where 10th Man's been telling them shit. Is this what they've been doing? Is this what they've been doing? Other people are sort of super chatting in to tell them this now. Now, who would super chat that? I think the Globe guys would be super chatting that.
Okay.
Flat Earth Society needs this to be like
Yeah,
this.
so in a right angle triangle, I'm not even. I'm not.
Don't do that.
I'm not going to entertain it anymore.
My point was to say that's where it needs chewing up. Nathan Thomas or whatever came in and said, "Come on, dude, just admit you're wrong."
Adam Meakin, this is Nathan Thomas or whatever his name is. Adam's obviously been drinking. Said, chew him up. Why? Why not support your case and show people how one angle can become an entire triangle? It's a geometric impossibility.
We're all here listening to this guy treading water, yeah, with nonsense. Enough's enough. And if the way to bring it to end is that, brilliant. Because you know what? He deserves a lot ruder. Because what he's doing to us is...
He deserves a lot ruder, says Adam Meakin. Right? If QE didn't need inciting anymore, to be, you know, more aggressive than he already is, what's Adam doing here? Is he helping QE?
Is considerably ruder. Yeah? He's asking our good manners just sit here and just put up with his contradiction and bullshittery.
Contradiction. Name the contradiction, Adam.
By the way, Bacon was very polite.
Yes.
So I would say exemplary. So
he even said, I thought you guys would agree with me on this.
Yes.
And we did. It's only these guys that haven't. So what's Adam doing? If this isn't poison in the well afterwards, right? It's an after the fact poison in the well. And they're all doing it. So is it any wonder Gary has a hard time coming in the bed?
That's more rude than telling somebody to shut the fuck up. Yeah? And that's actually what they should do.
So let's get Matush. Matush, let's get his take.
Hello?
Yes.
What's up?
We just went through a flying poster child example of me ripping somebody up. Did you listen to it?
Yes.
Do you know the reason why?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he's acting like he knows something, and then he ends up sounding like he never actually knew anything at all.
Is that really what happened? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what these people
I
are in
wouldn't
here.
say that. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but somebody's got onto that show, and QE's asking them a question. Must that be a high-ranking person, right? For QE to bring them in to ask them their opinion on something. Who knows?
Yeah.
But he was claiming he knew what he was talking about.
Yes, a pretender clown fraud. When he first said, when I asked him, are elevation angles right angle triangles? And he said no. And then in the end, what did he say?
He said no still.
No, he admitted, yes, they are right angle
The
triangles.
guy is correct.
Yeah, he's right. He's did.
So,
He still said no.
So this yes, if it is only in QE's mind, because he didn't say that.
Yeah. But now he's got to try and convince this guy, right, and the rest of his audience that may not have been fooled by what QE said.
missed
So
that part.
here we go.
Oh, in the very end.
Yes, the very end.
Okay, because I saw him looking at your stream and still saying that that it wasn't a right angle triangle at one point.
Super chat.
Superfluid, we'll get back to you, Brian, here in a second.
So he doesn't actually go over that again, but the guy said he still didn't see him say that he agreed with it.
Booger just said superfluid. Roger Ledwell, again, thanks, Roger Ledwell. Good thing, pay for this, LOL.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. Go ahead, Brian. You had that second point that I didn't want you to get there. I wanted to go on the distance and then the elevation angle and the pot of water. Go ahead, Brian.
Distance.
Well, just for the audience to know, when Bacon was bringing up parallax, he was pre-assuming two different distances to celestial bodies in the sky. And when he was bringing up speeds and rates over a 24-hour day, he was pre-assuming that what was happening was today we're watching the moon move through the sky.
He's pre-assuming two different distances. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Bacon pre-assuming two different distances.
Sky, and tomorrow it turns up in a different position. So he's pre-assuming that is a big cycle that happens and the moon is moving slower than the stars. Whereas all he observes, and this is something I brought up earlier in the presentation, or just after the presentation, sorry, with Betty I think it was, or Flatsy, all that's observed is tomorrow the stars and the moon and that are in a different different for you.
Yes,
the
I
observer.
understand that, Brian. Thank you for the third time. That doesn't have anything to do with the speed.
Yeah, the two massive problems I saw was assuming distance and then using horizontal, which is the first one. And the second one is using horizontals and assuming a slope-a-dope. Because you think you live on a globe-tard.
Yep.
Like.
Yep. We got another player. Go ahead, Nathan. Finish up.
So what's a globe-tard? You think you live on a globe-tard? What's that? Nathan Thompson made that up. Something to just incite people.
We got another player.
Go ahead. Let's get him in.
He's already here. Gary Y. Banga. Elevation angles are not right angle triangles. Unless the GP of the star is directly over your FOV horizon. Citation, please.
Okay. If I take an angle to Polaris from I'm about 40 degrees north latitude. Okay?
I don't give a shit. Define elevation angle.
I don't give a shit about what you don't give a shit about. Let me speak a minute, okay? I'm going to explain.
Don't you fucking speak to me that way.
Wow. He's very friendly to people who say that elevation angles aren't triangles.
This is his channel.
Do you
bro.
understand me? Do you understand me?
That's why you're
you fucking
I don't
clown.
Give a shit what you think. You
You fucking clown. I just destroyed one of your partners in here saying elevation angles are not right angle triangles. And what do you come out and do because you're a retard? Say elevation angles are not right angle triangles.
See, it's like QE's got a problem.
Yes, he's going mental. Now he's trying to have excuse for kicking Waibenga from the chat.
Oh, he's not kicked him.
Because
yeah, but he kicked Bacon earlier.
Yeah.
He kicked Bacon,
And
and now Gary Wabenga's coming in saying the same thing. And QE, rather than saying, wait a minute, there's somebody coming in, you know, and Gary Wabenga as well. I mean, it's not as if Gary Wabenga's going in there to have a go at QE. He's trying to help him, I think. I mean, who wants to hear people telling people falsehoods? Wouldn't it be much better if QE and Nathan Oakley and Adam Meakin and Brian's Logic all stopped stating geometric bullshit? I mean, that would help a lot of people try and understand what's actually going on. But because of people like Nathan Oakley and QE and Adam Meakin, Brian's Logic, flat earthers are getting a bad name. It's pretty obvious to see that looking at QE, you could say they don't understand a thing about geometry at all. The first principles, what you can do with an angle, they break the law there. Geometric falsities are being told. But they don't care, because I guess they're putting forward the traditional flat earth, the image of the flat earther. That's all he's doing. I mean, he's got a label. They have to support it.
So my question to you, sir, are you retarded?
Are you going to let... No,
are
I'm
you
not.
retarded?
You are.
So somebody comes in, and all he said is that elevation angle is not... In fact, that's what he typed, and QE has already voiced that. But that's all that Gary's been allowed to say so far.
You are. You're
I
mean, like, listen to this. Listen to this. Somebody comes on your show, and then you ask them this.
So my question to you, sir, are you retarded?
Are you gonna...
Can you imagine that? Somebody coming on, then you being asked that by the guy. Gary's gone over there to help QE out. And this is how QE responds.
So my question to you, sir, are you retarded?
Are you going to let... No,
are
I'm
you
not.
retarded?
You are. You are. You're
I am.
You won't even listen. You won't even listen.
Why should I listen to somebody that I just destroyed for the past 10 minutes and brought up diagram after...
He didn't destroy Gary.
Yeah, but he said how he destroyed Bacon.
Yeah.
He destroyed by showing pictures.
Yeah.
Pictures. Yeah. Like this Black Swan argument. Picture.
Yeah.
Picture argument.
It all comes down to the optics and what you see. Like a
Yes,
magician.
Now we have picture definition.
Yeah, except he's like a reverse magician. You're not meant to see the magic trick where he's just pointing at it and saying, look at this. This is about as bad as it gets.
Diagram showing elevations angles as right angle triangles, but you're going to explain to me how they're not. Citation, please.
Right, so there we go. Listen to it again. Listen to what he says.
Diagram after diagram showing elevations angles as right angle triangles.
Showing elevation angles as right angle triangles.
No, this is not what they show.
No,
By the way,
that's what the pictures show, right? But that's not the definition of an elevation angle, right?
Yes, and next sentence he's saying citation, please.
Yeah, I
So
want
he's
your
not giving-
citation, even
Yeah,
though he's just read it out and it didn't say that they were triangles. It just said that they were angles, but alongside them there was a picture of a triangle.
Yeah, it's hard to discuss with that kind of people like
Yeah.
QE. It's terrible.
There we go. Listen to it again.
Diagram after diagram showing elevations angles as right angle triangles, but you're going to
As-
explain to me how they're not. Citation, please.
Things are wrong. You're measuring.
No, I'm not measuring shit. I want citations and depictions like I had.
Can't you answer a question, or are you just
No, I'm not answering questions on absolute facts.
Yeah, so he
Like-
doesn't answer question.
Yeah, he doesn't. Gary can't even get a chance to say a sentence before getting cut off. It's terrible.
Just listen a second. I'm just going to explain why it's not.
It's not in the explanation. You're retarded.
Kiwi. Let's hear him.
We
Dig a
want to
hole.
hear his explanation of going against a fact of geometry.
Geometry.
Yes,
Fact
that angle-
of geometry. Where? The only
That-
geometry is the angle, right? Because
Yes, for him,
elevation
this is
isn't in geometry. Just an
And
angle.
he thinks that it is triangle because he can see a picture of triangle. No,
I think so.
strange.
Yeah.
I think that he was not well that day.
Well, this is modern flat Earth. This is 2024 flat Earth, and obviously, like we said at the beginning, there's no globe, right? You may as well just get rid of that. Just say 'tis globe, and be done with it. Because this is this is the opposite to that. You thought the globe was ridiculous. Flat earthers go like, hold my beer, globe. You hold the beer. Well, we'll take the reins for a bit. Nobody needs to worry about the globe if flat earthers are being this stupid.
I feel like he's got a finely tuned shovel, and he's going to dig a hole, and it's going to be his own grave.
All right.
The geometry of perspective, which is what you're measuring.
Geometry of perspective. I need a citation for that.
Let me get that.
I would say that it was error. Let's say tactical error, talking about this geometry of perspective.
Yeah,
Because,
probably not one of his wisest moves, but yeah, get this.
Not because he was wrong, but because now they have excuse to make a straw man again, or a red herring even. So that's why it is not wise to do that. Just
Yeah.
keep on topic. Don't segue to another similar topic because it's going nowhere.
Oh, I don't have to take another picture. I had it the other day. I have a book in front of me. I'm just trying to find a picture of the cover of it. Although Gary says to QE doesn't have any citation or whatever for this, I do. I'd like to get it on the screen if I could. Hope I don't have to take another picture of it. come on. Must have been a fair while. I got it. I've got 2 copies of this book because I think I made a mistake and clicked the button twice. So the other copy is still in its original packing, waiting to go to spot on. Oh, come on. I have to take a picture of it again. Yeah, I might have to. Yeah, I feel it's quite bad because what Adam starts doing again, he does his Flat Earth Society thing again. And I'll play this so you can hear it, and I'll sort a picture out.
Was that?
I have
What
no
kind
fucking
of
clue.
word salad is that? The geometry
This guy
of
is far beyond your
that genuinely, dude. You can't carry on from that point when so many people vomit in their own mouths after you've said it. So the geometry of perspective. Let's go back to there. Start again.
graphic view.
Is he still talking? I know he's muted.
Yeah, how do you see? Do you see in perspective or do you see an orthographic view?
So do I see in geometry? Do
you see in perspective?
So the right. You can't just put 2 words together that make sense in your head because you've just put them together right now, right, without explaining what it means. Right? This is not an insult. Just
You
pulling
measure how you
back.
see.
I mean, if you want me to help you, let me just finish my sentence.
No, I'm trying to help
If
you.
you don't,
You're not going to pay
if you
attention.
don't, and you
You
just
guys insist you're right.
want to get bombed out because this is not a good start, then carry on the way you're doing. Now,
You just guys right away interrupt.
Gary.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I listen to your guys' shows all the time.
Politely put
I agree
one
with
thing
most of the
to
stuff.
you with
You're
that.
wrong on this.
You don't. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm saying you've used a terminology that made people vomit in the mouth. Right?
The thing that made people vomit in the mouth is on the screen for you. You can see that. Perspective and projective geometry. It's a real thing. It's Euclidean. You know, it does.
Yeah.
It does exist. And it is studied.
All optics is geometry. It's Euclidean geometry.
Yeah.
Pure Euclidean geometry. Everything about optics, about photography, it is just Euclidean geometry. Nothing more and nothing less.
And also done by Euclid, did optics. Newton also did optics. Same thing. There's no difference. That's what we're dealing with. For some reason, again, Adam Meakin, QE, are sort of disregarding it. For some, I can't imagine why they want to give up on this. It's there for everybody to see. That's not $125 million.
So, could we just come back? And you've been muted a number of times because you've got verbal diarrhea. Yeah. So, any point you think you've made hasn't been made because you've been muted. So, let's start again. And maybe
I'm not muted.
You have been constantly because if you've just not stopped talking.
See, he's talking about being muted again. I don't know what's up with Adam. Flat Earth Society, I think.
And he was not muted, and he was not over talking Adam. So maybe he is so drunk that he cannot recognize.
Yeah, he thinks people have vomited in the mouth about a geometric statement that he made. Adam and QE. If at any time you two guys want to get together and come and have a conversation about this geometry and stuff, then yeah, Mike Dornan says Gary said 5 words. He's right. Gary hasn't had a chance to say anything. QE and Adam,
You guys won't let me finish. I have to keep going,
And
otherwise I'll
because
never get it out.
even now, look, you're over talking me. So I'm trying to help
Okay.
you get your point across. Now, carry on. You won't get my help. Right? Oh.
Adam's only helping, guys. He might have had a few drinks, but he only wants to help.
First of all, just define that thing, that definition, and then move forwards, knowing that, as I said to you, you've not been able to make your point. As much as you spoke, you've not been heard. You've been serving me.
Yeah,
So
because
no, because of this, because you can't just let me finish. Right. So now I'm going to finish. You calmly make your point with something as contentious as that, or as undefined.
Right. So what's Adam's point? Does anyone know what Adam's trying to say? Because
Talking, just taking place.
With nothing, right? Nothing at all.
Absolutely
Just
nothing.
to stop Gary from saying something.
Find is that please take a little bit of extra time just to define it before moving forward.
What he's
Over
asking
to you, Gary.
What he's asking you to define is geometry of perspective. We're going to need a citation with that.
okay, geometry perspective is just you measuring how you see, right? When I measure a light,
I want a citation, not your fucking made up horse shit, sunshine.
Yeah, there's a book. I've got an entire book of it. Go and have a look it up for yourself, QE. Like, who wants citations and definitions of things? Like, what is the point of asking for a definition or a citation? Let's get to the practical use of what they're doing rather than what somebody said and whoever going to misinterpret whatever it is said. Because if you give these people a definition, they'll say that they don't want that one. They want the one, the definition, because they're the guardians of these definitions.
Citation for the geometry of perspective right now in Ballbuster's text chat, right beneath your message.
you won't even let me speak. You won't.
You could be honest and concede you don't have one. We have a big problem here with Globers just not being honest. Just say you don't have one.
Nathan Thompson's just called him a glober. Nathan Thompson's just called Gary Wabenga a glober. The guy that shouts at children outside school grounds that QE's allowed to come on his show is now calling Gary Wabenga a glober.
Yes,
I mean, that is fucking brilliant.
Because he doesn't bring this definition of geometry of perspective, which is it is just description. What is perspective we know, what is geometry we know, so we can have a geometry of perspective. So citation of what? Nobody can give that kind of citation or definition. It's just nonsense. But this is old QE tactics. This is his tactics.
Yeah, there isn't really a definition of geometry either that you could be given,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yeah.
such a stupid question to ask for, or, you know.
Exactly. And, but he's still doing that kind of thing because he thinks that he is making some point and he's destroying opponent. But in fact, he's making himself looking stupid. QE, that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perspective.
Holy fucking shit. These people are retarded. You ask them for support, and they're going to try to get a question proof. What's your question proof, numpty dipshit?
Right. Again, does anybody know what a question proof is?
I have no idea. It's just gibberish for me. Question proof. Question is not a proof.
Do you know who
It's
came
just
up with the question argument?
oxymoron.
Betty. Betty literally came up with the question argument. Got it in a song. We put it on there. I've been over it. Betty literally made up a question argument. It was in the Aristotle thing, I think. He said Aristotle had a question argument. And it's an if, why. Remember? We were taking the piss because obviously the statement is if then. If P, then Q. That's the way logic works. Well, when people say if such and such, and why, then why something. Well, that's a question argument. It's not really an argument, but you can sophisticatedly trick people into thinking it is an argument. And if they answer it, then they've took part in the question argument. Well, QE's just developed a question proof. This is literally, this is QE.
These people are retarded. You ask them for support, and they're going to try to get a question proof. What's your question proof, numpty dipshit?
Okay, when you're measuring with a sextant, are you...
I was fucking kidding. Because you're a moron.
See? He's very angry. Very angry.
He will not allow Gary to speak anyhow. So
yeah,
he's not willing to. So.
And that's why I'm thinking, you know, like the way forward. If the way forward is through dialectic, us being able to converse with each other, to be able to derive truth, proofs, whatever arguments. If the only way of doing that is by using these means of dialectic, then QE's not helping. He's not even engaging in anything. There's no dire there at all. There's no two-way conversation. There's no backwards and forwards taking place here. This is just QE shutting down a conversation and trying to be the dictator in this. Trying to imagine that he's the overlord to all of it. It's about as bad as it gets.
God, are you stupid?
That was beautiful.
OMG, dude.
Somebody said, look, they say that in the middle. In a minute. Look. This is the question bit. Listen to it again. Adam thinks this is beautiful. At the end.
These people are retarded. You ask them for support, and they're going to try to get a question proof. What's your question proof, numpty dipshit?
Okay, when you're measuring with a sextant, are you...
I was fucking kidding. Because you're a moron. God, are you stupid?
That was beautiful.
That was beautiful.
OMG, dude.
That wasn't. That was embarrassing.
Yes, he interrupted him, he muted him, and that was good thing. Okay, but this is the way how they discuss things.
Yeah.
Same as Nathan Oakley.
This is what they want flat earthers to be like, right? When people think of flat earthers, this is what they do. This is what they think of.
And you measure how you see.
Jesus.
Dude.
You got knocked the fuck out, man.
Oh.
Shut up, Adam.
That's respectfully. This is what
chat.
Gary's
Super
more.
chat.
Super chat, superfluid. Shut up, Adam.
It's Reg Joe again. He said, another flat smack, everybody like and share. That's right, Reg Joe.
That's a flat smack. Somebody's paid him for that super chat. thinking that that's a flat smack that he's just done to Gary. It's not. It's just embarrassing.
No, it's terrible. In fact, terrible.
You can't deal with this. You got people making shit up, and then
this is QE. These other people are making this shit up.
You can't deal with this. You got people making shit up, and then giving a question proof to me on his made up horseshit. What are you? I'm gonna ask him again. Is he retarded?
See, giving him a question proof. He didn't even get a chance to. You shot him down.
Is it? You think it's gonna turn out well? Gary Whitebenga, are you retarded?
You serious? Seriously asking somebody like that on your panel?
I'm sure
And
you
he
think so because
expects-
you're
Okay.
Go on. Sorry.
And he expects the answer for that.
I know.
Not-
It's not that I think so. I've shown it. You're a dumbass.
Well, on QE. Well, I mean, is that not an appeal to authority? QE, do you think he's retarded?
Yes.
It's your opinion obviously matters to Gary.
I don't think so. I just demonstrated so.
Oh, this is bad. Miss this bit, right? There we go.
So
Yeah,
we're
maybe
not.
at the
So
end,
we're not chasing
there might be
down.
a twist at the end. And
So
you
we're
shout
not
at me.
chasing down bullshit for
Don't
days.
shout at me because I might be crying soon.
So QE's even upsetting Betty.
Yeah, because he is terrible. This is just bad, really bad.
Yeah, they weren't letting Gary finish anything, and that can't look good to anyone, right? Even if you're a QE fan, right, and you really love watching what he does, then that's bad. Like you at least let Gary say something and give actually beat his argument, and you show how good you are at this. Don't shut him down so he can't even say anything. Gary's not had chance to say anything about anything really.
I did say to him, Betty, that he was like, you've got to stop him when you go in your mouth because he's just said something. You know, I can't have that. I can't have that. Yeah? It doesn't matter how you do it. The point needs addressing, doesn't it? That you can't carry on after. We're not here to be mugged off. I'm not trying to be sold a cheap second-hand car. Yeah.
Yeah, I think his response to being interrupted proved it was warranted because he didn't have a citation for his made up bullshit.
It's on the screen now. Gary may not have it. I have. Right? This isn't a flat earth proof. I'm just supporting Gary. Gary said about perspective and projective geometry. QE asked him for the citation. There's a book. Look at it. Maybe it's not wrote down in the form that QE wants. It's just an entire fucking book of it. All of the aspects of this geometry. How it works.
Go ahead, Gary. Go ahead, Gary.
I don't know when I'm muted or
we're not
unmuted.
gonna,
You guys
we're not
got me
gonna mute
muted,
you.
you asshole.
Oh my God. We're not gonna mute you. Betty has appealed, and we are gonna let you finish every single one of your bullshit sentences. Okay? Here you go.
Right now, I'll leave this going
There you go.
here.
Finish your horse shit. Finish your horse shit. You're off mute.
Let's go, Gary.
This is real time. Gary said he's talking all the time when he came over here the other day.
This is the next thing that
Talk about
happens. My comrade, yeah. Once they've been demonstrated to have no actual argument, they do this. They appeal to format, and then when given the format, just go silent.
That's Adam, Flat Earth Society Meekin, adding his little 2 pence worth. Godzilla's done a super chat, and it I don't want to read it. It's turn up here. It says super chat, super fluid, supercharged, Superman, super gay, super fucking gay.
I was
Thank you
talking.
very much, Gods.
No, you weren't. You had
Yes,
yourself.
I was. I was talking.
No,
and you guys couldn't hear me. I could hear you guys.
Right, so Gary, in that bit where they gave him space, he was talking and they couldn't hear him, right? So the moment he does actually come in, listen to what Adam does.
I was talking.
No, you weren't. You had
Yes,
yourself.
I was. I was talking.
No,
and you guys couldn't hear me. I could hear you guys. My thing was unmuted.
It
So
was
you
all
must have muted me
quiet.
somewhere.
No, you weren't. We've all seen when you've been server muted. We can all see it, and we can all see when you're muting
My mute
yourself.
button was unmuted. I was talking, and nobody could hear me.
Okay, well, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Go.
Appeal to Discord being corrupt and demonstrating.
I
to
didn't appeal
everybody
to
else
anything like that. I
one
just said
thing
I was talking.
and
I wasn't
one-
remaining silent like you
one
just claimed.
user demonstrating.
You just simply couldn't hear me.
So now, like I say, now that he has come out, Adam and Nathan Thompson are just talking all over him. And he is only talking about how he was trying to talk earlier. This is just a shit show.
For some reason, although I can hear all of you guys.
No wonder Betty gets pissed
and then
off.
revert back to type, which is
Okay, are you done?
Over talking everybody.
Are you done?
So when they're making a point, given plenty of time and
you
the
done?
floor, they say nothing. They say absolutely
because I.
nothing.
All right, Adam,
And
we heard you.
then
Let him
when
talk.
somebody's
What
trying
do
to
you
make
got?
a point, they do
Somehow
this.
you guys couldn't hear me, even though I was talking. I could hear all of you saying,
Brilliant
criticizing that I was
demonstration.
remaining silent.
It's a fucking shit show. I mean, come on.
When I wasn't. I was talking.
All right, Adam.
Huey, question for you.
Adam, shut
Gary.
up, Gary. Adam, relax for a second. Don't mute Adam.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Adam. Thanks, Gods. Give some memberships out. Thank you very much. On behalf of all of those that got memberships. Thank you.
Gary, go ahead. Adam, let him have the floor.
Okay, question for you, QE.
No question. Your claim.
All right, somebody just muted.
Yeah, see, this is where you guys are. This is why you guys are lousy debaters. You won't let anybody speak. You won't answer any question. It's a simple question. I know you won't answer it, but the question is, do we see it in perspective or do we see an orthographic view, QE?
It's silly little tactics.
Okay. Am I muted again?
See, what they do here, there's a question that's gone to QE, and the job of everybody else is to shield QE from having to answer any of the questions about any of his stupid fucking claims or arguments or whatever. QE will never meet anybody in any debate because he can't control himself and he's got no arguments. He's just got citations and slips of paper where he shouts his arguments at people, but they're nonsensical. They're not real arguments. They don't stand up to anything.
No, you're just pathetic. You just said, I've seen orthographic view.
No, I asked QE specifically a question. He won't answer it because he knows what the problem is.
That's right.
What are you on about? You're now delusional. You just ignored what's just happened.
I don't have to give you an answer. Just answer. It's a simple question. Are you afraid to answer a simple question?
No, but what's that appeal to threat? policy
We
that
see
you just moved us to. What are you
It's just a
doing?
simple question. What are you scared of?
Hey, you don't need QE to answer a question to make your point. Just make your point, dude.
See, look, they're all protecting. Oh, I'm going to skip over this. They're all just protecting QE so that he doesn't have to answer any questions on any of his arguments or claims. And they support each other like this. That's why there's a group of them. They all support each other. When any of them get asked one of those questions that they know they can't answer, the rest of the crew are there to come and obfuscate for them.
In celestial navigation, what is the opposite defined as in the right angle triangle?
There you go. This is Brian again, coming to ask questions. But listen to the question.
In celestial navigation, what is the opposite defined as in the right angle triangle?
What is the opposite defined as? I don't think we ever get the question, the answer to this. But that's the opposite side angle that we were talking to Ruhif about years ago. Brian's asking the question, using the very terminology.
Celestial navigation, what is the opposite defined as in the right angle triangle?
When you're measuring an angle
I asked
to
you a
a
very
light sky, let me speak, you ass. Don't be
and
an
you won't
ass.
answer it because
Let
it
me
will
speak. You guys
destroy.
won't answer my
It will
question.
destroy
How
your
do we
rubbish.
see?
Again, ask a question. Don't let anybody answer. Even Brian's logic doing the same thing. It's like they've all learnt it.
How do we see? Do we measure according to how we
I
see
know
or
how we
according
see.
to some
I
of the
am
back
fully
of
aware of how we see. Excuse me,
You guys
Gary.
don't
I'm
answer
fully aware
that
of how
simple
we see.
question. That's the
I
base of the
asked you
whole
a
thing right
question.
here.
I asked you
You
a
guys are
question,
cowards.
and you're unwilling to answer.
Sounds like a shit show, doesn't it? And that's only because they won't allow people to talk.
It's not
You're
gonna
unwilling
work.
to answer. I'm not the one who's unwilling to answer.
Listen to your guys' channel.
All right, hold up, guys.
Hold on, we let you speak, now let Brian
All
speak.
right, shut up, Neil. Betty, say what you have to say.
Read that again. Did Neil even come in?
All right, hold up, guys.
Hold on, we let you speak, now let Brian
All
speak.
right, shut up, Neil.
Shut up, Neil. That's QE in a nutshell, that. Just find somebody and tell them to shut up.
Betty, say what you have to say.
I'm saying this is not gonna work, guys. I want you guys to talk one at each after another, right? So please, at least one of you, be the best, right? And just shut up and let somebody talk, and then make a point and shut up, and then.
Amanda's saying Brian's in the wrong place. I think Brian's put them in this place. Amanda, Brian's helped them get here. Without Brian, they wouldn't be here. Brian's as much involved as anybody.
Another one talk. How
Yeah.
difficult is that?
Yeah,
It's not so easy to listen to this, guys.
Yeah, it's difficult. What happened was Brian asked him a question, and Gary didn't answer it. He went off to another topic, and
He went off to another topic. He tried to get you to answer the question he wanted you to answer at the beginning, QE, that you still never answered.
and Brian wouldn't let him go off to another topic. That's why it train wrecked immediately.
Misrepresenting that one, QE.
So-
Let's
again.
start over.
So we're gonna try it again. Do you think it's gonna end up differently?
I hope so. One can only hope.
One can only
I'll
hope.
try and do it.
Let's try it again. Brian, please ask him again.
Yes, Gary says that the right angle, that the elevation.
See, now Brian's saying what Gary says without letting Gary actually say it for himself. It's terrible.
Gary says that the elevation angle in celestial navigation, sorry about the background noise, is not a right angle triangle. And I asked Gary, what is the opposite of that right angle triangle that he's saying that doesn't exist in celestial navigation? What is that defined as?
What is the opposite defined as? Right?
That's opposite. Just opposite. It is defined as it is.
It's not an angle. It's not a side. If it's just the angle, it's not there. It's not an opposite. Because an opposite is part of a right angle triangle. And if you've only got the angle, you haven't got the opposite. And the opposite is just defined as the opposite of a right angle triangle when you're taking the angle.
Yes. He's talking about triangle instead of angle of elevation. Yes. So,
and it's either one of the other sides, because the longest side will always be opposite the largest angle. And that, since the largest angle is a 90, a right angle, the opposite to that is called the hypotenuse. It's a right angle triangle. But we're not dealing with a right angle triangle. We're dealing with an angle.
yes, he's diverging from original point.
Yeah. This is
what
Brian trying to put the triangle there when it's not. So dishonest.
He's saying it's not a right angle triangle, which means there isn't an opposite. So I'm asking him, what did they define that as in celestial navigation? Or is he claiming they don't define it as anything? Simple. And before he asks, I know we see in perspective, no one is claiming we see an orthographic view. Yeah.
Okay, in order for the elevation angle to Polaris to be...
Not in order for, he asked you a specific question. What is the opposite side of the triangle defined as in celestial navigation? This is the third time.
Goodbye. I can't even get my words out.
Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As expected. That's great.
Yeah.
I will say, right, because this is the point that they all seem to be missing. And it's pretty obvious to most people, right? But I don't think it's quite clear to QE, is that you've just got an angle, right? You don't actually have the triangle. But if you do have the triangle, then that opposite side would be the height of the light in the sky that you're measuring the angle to.
Yeah.
If you have that right angle triangle.
Yes, and at the beginning, before this Bacon conversation, QE specifically said that he asked Bacon question.
Yeah.
That he is implying that he knows the distance to the star. That would be ridiculous. But this is implication of this triangle, that you know distance by calculation. You know distance to the star. But they say they don't. So
but if they do have
to
another
choose.
distance to the GP, then you do have one of the sides of this triangle, right? They're assuming that you do have one of the sides of the triangle. That's what they're talking about. So they seem unaware of the geometric implications of their own statements, which makes them look like stupid flat earthers.
Yes, because if they say that they know distance to the GP from observer's location, this nautical miles, 60 nautical miles per degree. So they calculate distance to the GP, they say. So if you have that distance and you have all angles of triangle, you can have the height to the star. This is very, very simple.
I've been listening in, so I have to chime in here because I want to ask the question: what would they have to deny in order to deny that height to the light in the sky? Because they'll
I
have to
have no
deny
idea.
something.
I have no idea. But
Well, if they have the elevation angle, right,
Mhm.
and they have the adjacent side, that would be the
They have the right
distance.
angle, right? No, they have to have
Yep,
the right angle, right? And the
yep,
position
the right
of
angle.
where the right angle is.
Correct, which they claim that they do.
Yeah.
And they also have the distance to the GP of that star where the right angle is.
Yep.
Which would be the adjacent side, right? Across from the hypotenuse, adjacent side, along the water, let's say, right? Then what must they deny to deny having a height to that star? They must deny something.
They've got to deny
Yes.
geometry at some point, right? Because it's
They
not
have to-
there to start off with.
They have to deny geometry, and they have to deny trig. They have to deny basic mathematical functions because there's no other way out of it then.
Well, they've already done that, haven't they? They've already denied it by creating a triangle that wasn't there in the first place.
That's the geometric implication, absolutely. But the trigonometric implication, they have to also deny.
Yes.
Right? Trig doesn't work. Trig cannot work, or you would absolutely have a height to the light in the sky.
And as I remember, when Brian's logic was here, I think that I pointed that out. And maybe not, but after that, but around that time that Brian's logic was here with his celestial navigation.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we told them, right? That's one of
Yes.
the implications of why we never took this on to start off with.
Yep. We said you don't want to go there. You sure you want it? Bev said, "Are you sure you want to go there? Are you sure?" Oh, you got to get on board, Bev. You got to get on board. This is going to be a globe killer.
2D.
So for years they were talking about celestial navigation, this 90, sextant, etc., but they never ever mentioned about height of the star. They say they cannot determine. And Brian's logic multiple times said that you cannot assume or calculate the distance to the star because we don't know. But you should know. If you have this adjacent, this 60 nautical miles per degree, and you have distance, you can easily calculate the distance to the star from ground. It is very easy. But they don't do that for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, you must know. I'll go further and say you must know. Or you have to deny trig. One or the other. So go ahead, Fed crew. Make your claim. Make your claim that you know the height, you know the distance to that star, or deny trig. One or the other. Take your pick, QE. Daft idiot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the globe guys never complete a triangle, so they've got their out. But now, obviously, flat earthers have put their foot in it by putting a right angle triangle there. They've literally dug their own grave, but they can't see it yet. All of that stuff that, you know, the globe guys have been telling them, you can't have a height to a light in the sky. Well, they do. They do, because they place another right angle triangle there. We're going to talk about it in a bit. Like, not only do they have a triangle, they have a rectangle. They have two triangles. It gets even more expansive. This measuring an angle, what you can do with it, it's a load of bullshit. But because they've fallen into this trap, and Nathan Oakley feels aggrieved that somebody saying something to Ruhif that these guys now have literally taken on. They've taken on the right angle opposite, which is wrong to start off with. But they don't get it yet. They don't get it because they don't know the geometric implications. They've never connected how geometry works with sight yet. I think Gary was trying to tell them, but I don't know whether they can actually see that yet. I don't even know if Gary knows the full implications of it. We've done it. We've been out there with the auto level. We will be doing it again to show people exactly how this works. They've never actually seen it yet. Nobody's looked to see it with their own eyes. Maybe it needs pointing out a little bit better. We might be able to do that.
Yeah, he's just been completely dishonest.
He's just being completely dishonest. This is Brian.
No, he wasn't.
This is Brian. Like Amanda was saying, Brian's in the wrong group, but I mean,
I can't even get my words out.
Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, he's just been completely dishonest. The opposite side of that right angle triangle is the zenith from the GP to the celestial body.
Yeah. So for example, if you are talking about Polaris, and so if someone is living on 45-degree latitude, it means that the distance to the GP is equal to that distance to the star, because we have two adjacents equal to each other. Because if we have 45 elevation angle, it will form a right angle triangle with equal sides. So your distance with these nautical miles, 60 per degree, so 45, yes, and multiplied by 60, and this is your height to the star from GP. This is very simple. This is implication.
Yeah. So you want to
That's
know
it.
if Brian's logic is in on this? Listen to what Brian's logic says.
The opposite side of that right angle triangle is the zenith from the GP to the celestial body, and that has to be parallel with the observer's zenith. And you measure a horizontal distance between those two zeniths.
You measure a horizontal distance. So if you have a right angle triangle, then you have one measurement and one angle, then you can complete the rest of everything within that triangle. You can know all of the other sides, every one of them, through trig. And once you've got two sides, then you can use Pythagorean theorem to work out the hypotenuse. You know all of them. But really? Not really. Because you don't have a triangle, you just have an angle. But this is where Nathan Oakley's led them. When we said it to Ruhif to point out to everybody, look, Ruhif is trying to trick you. He's trying to do magic with an angle, trying to tell you that there's some fancy geometry that can derive the length of the other side of the triangle over there in the distance, related to this one angle that you're measuring over here. It's impossible. You can't do that sort of thing. But Nathan Oakley has felt aggrieved by us saying that to Ruhif. So now Nathan Oakley, QE, Adam Meakin, Nathan Thompson and Brian's logic are all supporting this geometric impossibility, trying to derive the height of the lights in the sky. Well done, guys. This one isn't going to go away. I can't forget about this right now. I can't. This is one of the things that I cannot let go. Why I'm saying this is the end of it for me. There's
So maybe
no point me talking to any of these people from this point onwards.
no, that's for sure. But instead of taking our advice and our admonition of you could do fuck all with an angle, now they really can do something with an angle, can't they? They can find the distance to every navigable light in the sky. Congratulations, guys. Go with that claim. Go on with that claim. Let's see how far you get. But your Earth will be measured flat. Don't worry about it. And you could do anything you want with an angle. No, not. You can't. You can do fuck all with an angle. But hey, have at it, boys. Have at it.
So two parallel zeniths, which are verticals, two parallel verticals.
Oh, it's those flat earthers that are trying to tell us Earth is not flat. Because he wanted to bet.
Oh, yeah, listen to this.
He is a flat earther, believe it or not.
Gary's a flat earther.
Shocking.
Oh, it's those flat earthers that are trying to tell us Earth is not flat. Is he one of the Bevites, Brian?
Listen to that again, right? Because this is how bad a disservice these guys are doing to their own group, right? Listen.
Those flat
I'm not a
earthers that are
Bevite.
trying to tell us Earth is not flat.
Are they the flat earthers that are trying to tell us the earth is not flat?
Yeah,
No.
that's me.
No, I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, it's me. Hello?
Yeah, you want to be a flat earther that's telling them that the earth's not flat. Because as
Yeah,
far
yeah.
as I'm concerned, right, these are flat earth society. They're just as bad as Blue Marble Science. Like, Blue Marble Science wants to label you a flat earther, wants to label me a flat earther. And if he does, then they're flat earth society. Right? Flat earthers like Nathan Oakley are fucking ridiculous. And QE. Right now, anybody that wants to put us in that group of people, they're flat earth society. They're trying to recruit you into the flat earth society, right? Because they want you to be like Nathan Oakley. They want to put you in the same box as QE and Nathan Oakley. Right? Well, QE and Nathan Oakley and Brian's Logic and Nathan Thompson and Adam Meakin, they're all talking shit. I'm not a flat earther, and I don't want to be part of whatever they're doing. You can see that anybody that goes in there to try and tell them that they're making a mistake, right? They're the people that these guys are going to go after. Nobody's doing it out of malice. They're trying to tell them that they're making a mistake. Why would anybody want to be labelled a flat earther, particularly by Neil? Neil, listen to what he says.
Oh, it's those flat earthers that are trying to tell us Earth is not flat. Is he one of the Bevites, Brian?
Right, so has Neil just labelled us flat earthers? I hope not. Because I don't want to be part of that group.
Sounds like he did.
Yeah. And if Neil's part of the same group as Blue Marble
Bevite.
Science...
Bev can't be a Bevite. Bev is the leader of the Bevite.
No. That's not the way it
Come on, I'm
works.
still joking.
Yeah.
You guys got to hear the sarcasm in my voice. I'm sorry.
Well, these
I have a
guys,
I have a
right?
shit mic today.
These guys, what they're doing by doing that is they're giving us a label. So that's bigotry. Literal bigotry. And I'm not part of it. I'm not having it. If you want to like throw division in just because you want to be a bigot and get your team of fucking bigot friends to back you, well, fair enough. I don't want to be part of it. I've had enough. I think a lot of people should be doing the same sort of thing as well. This is got to end. I mean, how can it go anywhere from here? Unless you want to say that flat earthers are making their own geometry up, then there's no need for us to be part of it. We actually go with actual proofs. Can't have a contradiction. And this is it's worse than a contradiction. This is a literal fabrication of an impossibility. Yeah. A team of flat earthers that are
No,
doing
Neil, he just doesn't know what he's talking about, like a lot of flat earthers. They don't know what they're talking about. They learn half about something, and then half about something somewhat correct, and then they learn the other half incorrectly, either by pre-assumption or learning it from the ballers, and they never have the facts correct, and they go round in circles day after day on Discord.
Yeah, that's Brian's logic telling you that. Right, you flat earthers, you actual flat earthers, you any flat earthers are listening, you only know half of it. Brian's logic's the guy that knows it all. He knows both sides, Brian's logic. Not you flat earthers, like Gary Webenga. No, you mean go and talk to the flat. Well, don't try and talk to them. Just listen to them. I mean, they may sound like they haven't got any arguments, but you have to take on what these guys are saying because, they're dictating this shit to you. This is the face of flat Earth. This is what they want the face of flat Earth to be. And it's embarrassing for flat earthers.
That's what they do. Instead of learning, I asked Gary that question. If he was truly interested in learning, he would say, well, there isn't one. And then I'd explain to him that there is one and why it is, what it is, and what the purpose of it is. And then he should go, I didn't know that. Now I do know. But no, he'd rather stay in ignorance and be awkward and be dishonest.
You want to go over that again? It was a bit fast. It was like an Irish witsit. Here we go. Listen to it again. Try and break it down.
Well, I asked Gary that question. If he was truly interested in learning, he would say, well, there isn't one. And then I'd explain to him that there...
What? Do you want to go back, see if
there isn't what? There isn't
what?
what?
It's the question. We'll go back a little bit further to see whether...
And they go round in circles day after day on Discord. That's what they do. Instead of learning, I asked Gary that question. If he was truly interested in learning, he would say, well, there isn't one. And then I'd explain to him that there is one and why it is, what it is, and what the purpose of it is.
Oh, the opposite. Right? The opposite. So put in the opposite.
He would explain.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
He would
so
explain.
Brian would explain this.
He would say, well, there isn't one. And then I'd explain to him that there is one and why it is, what it is, and what the purpose of it is. And then he should go, I didn't know that. Now,
the purpose of it would be to find the height of the light in the sky.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And Gary would say, that's fucking ridiculous, Brian. You can't measure the height of the light in the sky by imagining that there's a triangle there.
But still, for example, as I said, if we have this 45 degrees, so multiplied by 60 nautical miles, it is 2,700 nautical miles. So this position is the distance, supposedly, to North Pole. And at the same time, it has to be the same distance to the star from GP, because it is triangle with both adjacents being equal. If we have 45 degree, both adjacents have to be equal. So this distance, 2,700 nautical miles, is also distance to the star from GP. It is easy to calculate. No problemo.
Yeah,
But,
the symmetry would tell you that they would be
yeah.
equal, right?
Yeah, exactly. But they don't say that. And they should. They should.
Well, I think it's again, it's the same as the globe, guys. Right? Some of their statements are that ridiculous that they don't want to say them themselves. And I think these guys are in a similar sort of position now. They won't be able to say it publicly. They'll in fact, they will say, we never said that. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. They will say that they have no way to say the distance to the lights in the sky. Yet they're using the entire principles of geometry to do that.
Yes. So why they are stopping in half of the of conclusion, let's say. Why? Because I can calculate that. I am not very good in geometry, but I can know that if we have this 45, it is very easy. We have equal adjacents. I can on calculator can calculate this distance, no problem. 2,700 done. Therefore, we have distance to the star from GP. So the height of the star is Polaris is 2,700 nautical miles. Simple. But they say, no, we don't know distances to the star. Why? Why they don't know? They should know. I can know, so they should know also.
Well,
what's the problem?
They'll get away with it because they're geometrically illiterate. You want to be careful because Blue Marble Science will be making videos saying that you've just said the height of a star. Like you put a number to it there, paper. And you know what Blue Marble scientists are like. And even these guys here, they'll be clipping that, saying that you've said it, not them. You.
Okay, but I said I calculated, of course, and calculate. These calculations are correct, so I have nothing to be ashamed, because I can repeat that. It's no problem. If we have this 60 nautical miles and 45 degrees, the number it is what it is. I don't say that I measured that, but this is implication of this nautical miles, angles, etc.
Yeah, we had that Blue Marble Science come round in J-Row. I mean, I think possibly that may have been a link to what we're talking about here, but it's, you know, if you can imagine that you can do something with just an angle, then just an angle to a particular light in the sky, like J-Row was saying, there are a group of people that will put a distance to that. They will associate that with a distance. Now, I don't think it's the flat earthers. Yet, the flat earthers have just put a triangle there. They've got their eyes focused on the wrong thing. J-Row's been helping them out. Not many people can see it. It'll take it maybe a couple of years or so before this filters through. But there will be certain people that like to do mathematical puzzles, try and work it out. Where we're dealing with is the basic logic behind it. There are numbers that you can associate with through angles and stuff like that, that mathematical geniuses can do. Like there's some pretty complicated stuff, but the actual mathematical implications, the geometric stuff, backs it in the background. It's really simple. Really simple to understand without the numbers. The logical implications are the main things. These guys don't see it.
Or they pretend.
No,
Because
they've got to be geometrically ignorant, right? They can't assume that everybody else is geometrically ignorant. If they do know it, then they're pushing something, assuming that everybody else is ignorant of it. And that's a bad way to go at these things. Should be the other way around. These guys should be helping people, not assuming that everybody else is geometrically illiterate. So that's what I think. I think these guys are, they really think this for themselves. They can't see the implications, the further implications, because, like I say, they're ignorant of geometry. They probably know just as much as they need to know for them to derive whatever argument they've generated themselves. And there you go again. If you're listening, do me shout out. Go to QE and Nathan Oakley channel and Brian's Logic's channel. Go and tell them that you've been sent by us here on the level. And hopefully they'll be able to reciprocate this, that we've been talking about them. We want to get these issues sorted. We want to know whether they're ignorant or illiterate. Are they geometrically ignorant or are they geometrically illiterate? One or the other. And could they come and have a conversation with us about this to work out, what you do with this angle and how you derive that you've got a triangle and what the implications of that are? Who knows?
Oh, I do know. But no, he'd rather stay in ignorance and be awkward and be dishonest.
Yeah, that's Brian. Look. This is Brian about the triangle.
Well, I asked Gary that question. If he was truly interested in learning, he would say, well, there isn't one. And then I'd explain to him that there is one and why it is, what it is, and what the purpose of it is. And then he should go, do you know, I didn't know that.
You can come and do that with us, Brian, right? We'll say, there isn't one. It's just an angle. There's no opposite. Because it's not a right angle. There's no right angle triangle there. It's just an angle.
Yes, and Brian's Logic specifically said when he was here, it was quite a long time ago, that because we asked him for this triangle, and he said that there is no measured distance to the star. So our objection was, so why he is making triangle when he doesn't know distance to the star? You cannot position this GP of the star if you don't know the distance. So if you have this distance on horizontal, then you can have. But it implies that you can have distance to the star, but he said that they don't know. So it is just incoherent, completely incoherent statement.
Yeah, if you know one of the sides, then you know all of the sides. You can't just say we don't know one of them. We do know this one, but we don't know that one. It's like, well, that's not how geometry works, mate. You can't have it both ways. Bad news. Bad news for Flat Earth.
No, I do know. But no, he'd rather stay in ignorance and be awkward and be dishonest.
Yeah, Brian, come and tell us. I say it's not a right angle triangle. It's just an angle. Come and explain to us how we're wrong, and we'll gladly say, yeah, well done, Brian. You've revolutionized geometry. You've done the impossible. Something tells me he won't. And Brian's only able to get away with this because he's doing it in this group of people. All of them. Brian, Adam Meakin, Nathan Thompson, QE, Who else? Nathan Oakley. They're all in there together, patting each other on the back, saying, well done. Didn't we do well? Well, truth is, no, you didn't. You've just fooled yourselves into believing that you can do impossible things. Flat earthers might be fooled by it. Might be. I don't know. I really
Or
don't.
just be pig-headed about it instead of learning something.
Come and tell us, Brian. We'll learn.
I think that's the problem. Most of them just want to argue.
It's John.
Yeah,
Argue about what?
hit on the head. They read whole.
Isn't John the guy that said that's not an argument? You're just using words wrongly. Was that what he said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and he said that this is a straw man.
Yeah.
That your argument is a straw man.
And he's saying that they just want to argue. What, by saying that you can't make geometrically impossible statements and expect people to just go along with it.
Yeah. So what's the alternative? Refracted curvature. Accept what you guys are accepting? No, thanks. I'll stick with geometry and mathematics. Thanks. You can have your sextant.
Half a book.
Half a book. You see, he's going again.
They've got a point when they've only read half the book. As this guy's just showed. They take an elevation angle, right? Celestial or terrestrial. Terrestrial's nicer.
Terrestrial's nicer, says Adam. I mean, this is Flat Earth Society guy sitting back, smoking his pipe, telling stories about nothing. See if you can find an argument in Adam's statements. Anything.
Because you've got a GP. What? You can then draw a depression angle from it. All of this requires 2 flat planes, 2 ground positions, all of which are forming right angles. The fundamentals of the relationship between a depression angle and an elevation angle is that we're forming a cube.
You want to do that again?
For they're forming what now?
Cube. Adam, yeah. Not only. Look, listen, a cube.
2 ground positions, all of which are forming right angles. The fundamentals of the relationship between a depression angle and an elevation angle is that we're forming a cube.
A cube.
A cube.
Cube.
A 3D solid object. A cube.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cube. Not just a triangle. You thought, wow. With one angle. Like, you can make a triangle. He's like, no. Adam Meakin, hold my fucking beer, mate.
This is called progression. Because in 2020, they had only triangle. But now they progressed. And now they have cube.
Yeah.
Already.
I've put a clip I think people should watch in the Trivium. Right? And that guy, it's well worth watching because he says that the human condition is to build upon complexity. And he calls it a transcendental logic, or, the end. Once you start building upon complexity, and then you build further complexity on the top of that, and that gets taught into the system, and then you're building further from that complexity. Eventually, people stop understanding where that complexity is because it's just too much for them to cope. So they just start building on top of it with more and more complex stuff. Well, that's what Adam Meakin's done here. He's developed a cube. Like, now where's he got that from? No one knows. He's just made it up. But doesn't he sound much cleverer than everyone else? I mean, if you're one of these guys that's just making triangles from angles, then you're not trying hard enough. Adam Meakin's making cubes. don't even know how that works. There's no possible way it can work. Listen to it again. It's so good. Adam Meakin, Flat Earth Society. He's probably had a few drinks. Quite a few. Because he's just making shit up.
2 ground positions, all of which are forming right angles. The fundamentals of the relationship between a depression angle and an elevation angle is that we're forming a cube with 4 right angled triangles.
4 right angled triangles, that's a square. But, you know, there's a few more in a cube. Like quite a lot more right angles. But, you know, he has had a drink. Perhaps he means a square or a rectangle. You know, it is Adam Meakin. And he probably has had a few drinks.
Yeah. The lack of understanding of what's being demonstrated and shown and where you think you've got a gotcha, like I said, just demonstrates you've only read half the book, pal. Finish the book and you'll realise your own idiocy. And what's sad...
See, that's another one as well. Listen to him. This is Adam Meakin, right? He's just said that this can turn into a cube.
Where you think you've got a gotcha, like I said, just demonstrates you've only read half the book, pal. Finish the book and you'll realise your own idiocy.
If you finish the book, you'll realise your own idiocy. From finishing the book. Does that work like that? Has Adam read the book and realised his own idiocy? Or has he gone beyond that?
And what's sad... Oh, good flatsy, you got me.
Yeah, nobody needs to listen to Adam.
Well, the thing about it is, I bet you Gary Webenga is losing the celestial navigation debate every day against the ballers.
Yeah? Nobody has a celestial navigation debate. There's no such fucking thing. It's been made up by some con man flat earther. He sold you an argument that never was and turned it into a debate. And some people bought it. Hook, line and sinker.
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And even if he thinks he's just getting some agreement off them, they know that they're winning by what they're telling him, and him saying, oh, well, an elevation angle is not a right angle triangle. Right. Not realising that in celestial navigation and in everything else, all elevations are right angle triangles. Right, in celestial navigation, you're not solving for the right angle triangle, you're using it differently. But it's still a right angle triangle. And
there you go. Exactly what you were saying, Kevin. Exactly what you were saying. Listen to it again. This is Brian's logic.
Oh, well, an elevation angle is not a right angle triangle. Right. Not realising that in celestial navigation and in everything else, all elevations are right angle triangles.
Right, all elevation angles are right angle triangles.
Yep.
Which locks him into...
In celestial navigation.
Yeah, right. But now, here's his take back.
Right, in celestial navigation, you're not solving for the right angle triangle, you're using it differently.
You're using it differently. You're not solving for the right angle triangle. You're using it differently.
There is no using it differently.
No, it's either a
that's
right angle triangle.
Geometry.
Yeah.
There's implications to a right angle triangle. Brian, I don't know if you knew this or not.
What he's trying to say, right, is that within this little paracosm, these guys have done a deal with the globe guys to have this as their own little argument between each other. So they can obfuscate geometry and they can play little games and they can have their little magic games, you know, and have little deals in the background. And they're going to fool everybody else within this arena. That's what's gone on. Whether people see it or not, I don't know. Hopefully we can show everyone that yeah, you've had the wool pulled over your eyes by these guys. Particularly Brian.
But it's still a right
Shocked at
angle
Brian.
triangle, and it's
by,
used.
by making the definition that it's an elevation angle, you create depression angles, you create GPs, yeah. Now in celestial, you create a theoretical point of this supposed position because we're dealing with a celestial object. But in terrestrial, we're creating an actual physical point. We're creating right angles, left, right, and center.
Creating right angles, left, right, and center. You're not. You're just measuring an angle. That doesn't occur like that, Adam. Stop fooling people.
It's the premise of the geometry that's going to resolve it to give us the information we need.
Don't be misleading people about geometry.
Resolve it. He said resolve it, and Brian said we don't resolve anything. We're not solving anything. And there's Adam saying we're resolving something.
Resolve.
Mm-hmm.
It's different than solving, right? It's going to backwards engineer just one of them. I don't know. But yeah, this is dishonest.
For me, this is word salad because they always assume this nautical mile, 60 nautical miles or whatever per degree. So it is assumed, so there is nothing to resolve. What they are talking about, I don't know.
No,
They
this
have
is
given us.
Adam Meakin. He's probably had a few drinks. And
yeah.
he's just talking shit.
It's getting worse, I think.
But if anybody does want to have a word with Adam, and Adam does want to have a conversation about this, I'm up for talking about it. Basic geometric concepts.
I'm going to say, in the statement of elevation angle, it tells you what that angle is in relation to. It's part of a right angled triangle.
No, Adam, it's not.
That's why it's an elevation angle, not just the size of the slice of cake I'm getting.
Exactly. I mean,
Not exactly. You should say, don't talk shit, Adam.
they're just not. I mean, he'll sit there on Discord and agree with Bowler saying it's not a right angle triangle because it suits them. They can't have it. This is the thing about it.
He'll agree with ballers. It doesn't just. It's not just ballers, right? Anybody can tell that it's just one angle. It's not a triangle. Does it? You can't even say it's not a right angle triangle. It's just not a triangle. It's one angle.
In their paradigm, it's still a right angle triangle. They just
see. Look, this is how dishonest Brian is. Listen to him.
He'll sit there on Discord and agree with Bowler saying it's not a right angle triangle because it suits them. They can't have it. This is the thing about it. In their paradigm, it's still a right angle triangle.
They can't have it, but in their paradigm, it's still a right angle triangle. Like, how contradictory do you want to be whilst you're talking to people? Like, who can't see that that's a contradiction? How can they not have it, but then have it? Try it again. Just so, you know, I'm not making this up.
In their paradigm, it's still a right angle triangle. They just don't know that.
They just don't know it.
They can't have it. This is the thing about it. In their paradigm, it's still a right angle triangle. They just don't know that. They didn't research their own paradigm concerning celestial navigation. They think it's not a right angle triangle. They don't understand their own paradigm. I pointed this out.
They They don't understand their own paradigm. What is their own paradigm? I don't know. Like, I think Brian might be out of touch. Or the version that he's been told of this is slightly different than the version that everyone else is being told. It might just be that, you know,
Higher echelon, you know.
well, I think, like I've been saying all along, McToon and 10th Man came to a mutual agreement to never combine the two, right? They're never going to prove each other. They've come to a, I don't know what you call it.
Like a clinch, I would say.
Stalemate.
Intended clinch.
Neither of them can call the other's bluff, because then that would expose their own bullshit. So they're both linked in this mutual agreement. So obvious.
And the Celestial Navigation claims, just because it's measuring an arc length afterwards doesn't mean it's not been made into a right-angled triangle to begin with.
Just because it's measuring an arc length. That's fantastic. Brian, how does Brian not understand that? We've been going over it with Blue Marble Science, but yeah, listen to this again.
Just because it's measuring an arc length afterwards doesn't mean it's not been made into a right-angled triangle to begin with. It's still a right-angled triangle. They just don't know what they're talking about.
They don't know what they're talking about, says Brian. Brian's logic. After making an angle into a triangle and then saying other people don't understand their own thing because they don't turn angles into triangles, but then not solve for the right angle triangle. It's mad. It's contradictory completely. Flat Earth.
Yeah,
and Gary is over there with other flat earthers. Go on, Kiwi.
Now I'm saying, yeah, but the biggest problem is I sat here for at least 5 minutes going through citation after citation after diagram with all them stating elevation.
Diagram after diagram. Any idea what those diagrams were?
The diagrams were stating, you know.
They were just right angle triangles, weren't they?
Yeah.
The diagrams were literally right angle triangles.
But in definition, as I saw, there was nothing about triangles. So he is talking about definitions, but he's not citing definition. Any definition. He's saying, look at the picture. What can you see? Oh, this is triangle. So now you know it is triangle because it is in the picture. And he's completely omitting definition. I saw all, maybe not all, but many definitions. Nothing about triangle. They gave a definition the same as this guy Bacon. The same definition. So he gave them correct definition. They didn't accept that, and now it is turning into triangle, or even cube.
Cube, yeah.
Angles with a right angled triangle right beneath it. So what level is this now?
And even as well as them, what Bacon's own definition meant that the horizontal had to extend all the way to underneath the object.
All the way underneath the object.
There's no object. It's
a light in the sky. He's objectified a light in the sky. Just.
There is no object. There's no a tree or a wall or ladder or whatever that you can measure. It is just light in the sky, and distance between horizon and this
Is the
light in the sky
horizon
is
an object? Is he objectifying the horizon?
the object in the picture, let's say, as you see. So I'm not saying that it is real, but this is what we see. Light in the sky, this is what we see, and horizon, this is what we see. In that sense, not real object, but apparent, let's say, apparent.
Yeah.
But still, we haven't got this distance between horizon and celestial body. Sorry, we cannot have this. And this distance is not an object, because if we have tree, let's say, we have height of the tree, and we can say that we have object. But there is nothing between star and horizon, so no object. He's talking nonsense.
Well, it's Brian's logic.
That's a right angle triangle.
Yes.
He's literally laying out a right angle triangle, because the vertical then will be the opposite.
See the vertical then. He's putting it there. He's definitely putting it there. So at some point, when Brian decides he's gonna come and have a chat, right, and explain this shit, because I mean, he's putting the vertical there at the opposite. He's placing it there. I say it's not there. It's just one angle. You can't place the opposite onto that angle. It doesn't work like that. That's what Ruhif was doing. Brian, you should know that.
And you know,
sorry, Brian.
I'm finished. I just in this belief.
Even if you're going to deny that if he comes straight down to the plane that you're measuring from, right, you've still got to accept that to create the angle itself, point of reference is the plane that you're going to navigate upon. Yeah. To pretend it. No, you know what you could do? You could go from the position of the start and just go off at some nonsensical angle instead of perpendicular to the plane you're at.
Want to do that again? What was that, Adam? I know you've been drinking, but let's say that again.
To pretend it. No, you know what you could do? You could go from the position of the start and just go off at some nonsensical angle instead.
Yeah, you're from the position of the star. You could go off at some nonsensical angle. Well, what?
I think that he's drinking too much. But it doesn't make any sense what he's saying.
It doesn't make any sense that nobody's stopping him. Right? Somebody should say, Adam, you fucking piss, mate. It's nonsense. Stop talking.
Go to bed.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Instead of perpendicular to the plane you're at, and have just some weird angle. It makes no sense whatsoever in geometry. And I'm sure when they were first thinking about celestial navigation, they thought, how should we do this? Use an angle that's perpendicular to the plane, therefore we can calculate other things from it.
Use an angle that's perpendicular to the plane.
Angle perpendicular to plane. Oh, God.
Use an angle that's perpendicular to the plane. This is at the beginnings. Let's see.
It makes no sense whatsoever in geometry. And I'm sure when they were first thinking about celestial navigation, they thought, how should we do this? Use an angle that's perpendicular to the plane, therefore we can calculate other things from it, or just throw it off at any obscure degree. This is just a demonstration of a complete lack of the understanding of geometry when he presents this argument.
You heard him, right?
Yeah.
So we could calculate things off of it. What are you calculating off of it, I wonder?
Yeah, but listen to what he says here, right? Listen to what he says. He says,
this is just a demonstration of a complete lack of the understanding of geometry when he presents this argument.
When he presents this argument. Anyone? What was the argument? This argument. What is this argument? that Adam's talking about?
He's not talking about argument. He's just rambling randomly. It's incoherent, completely incoherent statements.
He's been drinking a lot. But he thinks somebody's made an argument and they've gone against it.
It's
Listen.
just a demonstration of a complete lack of the understanding of geometry when he presents this argument.
It's a demonstration of his complete misunderstanding of geometry when he presents this argument.
I think when someone is saying that angle is not triangle, this is for Adam Meekan. It is not understanding geometry. I think
backwards, isn't it? It's completely backwards because it's obviously him that doesn't understand geometry, thinking he can make a triangle from just an angle. Or have they been so sold this argument by 10th Man that they literally now do actually think that it's an entire triangle? You think that this celestial navigation literally breaks geometry whilst claiming that, you know, he's the arbiter of this new geometry that they imagine now? Because it's not good for anyone to think like this.
The fundamentally being you can just have an angle. It is a very bev. You can do nothing with an angle. It's just an angle. Even
Well,
here, he's saying that the baseline of the angle is flat.
So let's
He's
take that
lying
again.
flat.
That was there we go again.
This is just a demonstration of a complete lack of the understanding of geometry when he presents this argument. The fundamentally being you can just have an angle. It is a very bev. You can do nothing with an angle. It's just an angle. Even
Yeah, that's the truth. That is the truth. So maybe he was thinking of a higher geometry or something that, you know, you can do more. It's very basic understanding of geometry that we seem to have. So if any of you guys would like to come and correct us, you know, show us, like Brian says, how we can learn. We'll give you just an angle and you can show us exactly what you're doing.
here is saying that the baseline of the angle is flat.
What? No, the baseline
Yes.
of the angle is just a line. Just a line.
Horizontal one, yes. If we are talking about elevation angle, yes, it is in definition of that
Yeah,
angle.
well, no. You see, this is where a lot of people also get confused with this. You've just got a sextant.
No, I of course, but with sextant you are not making elevate. In fact, this is not elevation angle. What you are doing with sextant, because you are looking at horizon from some height, so it is not elevation angle. You are not making elevation angle using sextant.
No, you're just measuring an angle in the vertical
Yeah.
plane, like I said.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
If you want to
this is
split
not
it up
elevation.
into these different things or adjust your position to correct for whatever, then you can do that. But I mean, you're still never going to establish level to know your horizontal and measure your angle from that. Just it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, so this elevation angle, I would say that would work on the ground, but at the sea with a sextant, no. Maybe with bubble sextant, you can say that you have this horizontal.
Well, with the theodolite, you could.
Yes. But I'm talking generally when you are in motion, because
Yeah.
it is the case.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Adam. They have They can't talk about triangles. Hell, they can't even talk about an angle singularly.
There's John again. John's the guy that said an argument isn't an argument and we were just using words incorrectly. Well, he's saying that they can't talk about an angle, which is what we do talk about. We say you can do fuck all with an angle. So we're the ones that talk about that. So I'm guessing when John says this, it's not talking about us.
They can't talk about triangles. Hell, they can't even talk about an angle singularly because they can't get an angle from a curved level. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you don't. Level doesn't curve, and you couldn't get an angle from it. So, John's right, but I don't know why he's bringing that up because it's nonsense.
Yeah, but in celestial navigation, he needs two right angles because after your reading, you have the co-altitude angle, which is also a 90-degree angle.
That's what Brian was saying. That's how Brian cornered him.
Brian cornered him. Two right angles. One at the top as well. What's that mean? Anyone?
Maybe he's talking about the zenith from your position, and he's making this rectangle. I have no idea.
It means if you know the height of the light in the sky over there, you can put another angle over here at the top. Doesn't it? It means like you've got your height. It's a geometric implications, guys.
Yeah,
That's how Brian ended him.
Yeah, in other words, yes.
No.
But that's like after, like you can't even get the first angle if level is curving. But you won't get a angle, let alone three angles to form a triangle. Was that his argument?
No.
They're all saying that that an elevation angle is not a right angle triangle.
Yeah, listen to that again.
They're all saying that that an elevation angle is not a right angle triangle.
They all. He was saying in the chat everywhere. Loads of people were telling him an elevation angle is not a right angle triangle. It's just an angle. But unfortunately, you know, we've put a statement out there that you can do fuck all with an angle. And Nathan Oakley's fought against it. We started the show off today with that very song. Nathan Oakley's told everybody to unsubscribe from me because I said that you can't do anything, including generate a triangle from just an angle. Seems like somebody's not quite understood. We're talking about flat earthers measuring an angle with a sextant and imagining it's an entire triangle. Not just one angle, it's all three. You can measure an angle and generate a triangle, an entire triangle. Some people never get it.
Have to say that.
Look.
They're all saying that that an elevation angle is not a right angle triangle. They have to say that.
They have to say that. We don't have to say
Because
it.
it's true. Yeah.
Yeah, we say it because it's true. It's a geometric fact. You need 3 angles for a triangle. But if you only have 1, you don't actually have a triangle. You just have an angle.
Irrelevant. It's an angle, though, isn't it?
Well, particularly elevation angle, if we're arguing in regards to a flat Earth, then the adjacent must be horizontal. There's no other way. You can't get an elevation. That's what an elevation angle is.
Because he calls it an adjacent. Sneaky little terms there. QE.
Well, particularly elevation angle, if we're arguing in regards to a flat Earth, then the adjacent must be horizontal. There's no other way. You can't get an elevation. That's what an elevation angle is.
That's what an elevation angle is. Just an angle.
Yes, from horizontal, yes. Not from Earth. Not from flat Earth. From horizontal.
Yeah.
In comparison
they're
to
trying...
in comparison to the hypotenuse, right? You can't. There's no other way.
Can't have an hypotenuse. You can't, because a hypotenuse is part of a right angle triangle, as is an adjacent. They're not parts of an angle. And you're fooling people if you start using these terms for right angle triangles in your explanation of an angle. It's just dishonest. But again, this is 2024 and this is the flat Earth.
That's what it is. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
No, sorry. I thought you'd done, mate. Trying to disconnect the surface that you navigate on to the horizontal line that you're referencing. Okay. Because they can't have it the same, can they? Because in there,
it's not the surface. It's just an angle, Adam.
paradigm, it's not the same. So the only way, tonight's a good example, is to create confusion. Because no, it can't. Right. So in celestial navigation on a ball, the point of intersection of the GP can never be a right angle unless it's North Pole to equator.
Say that again, Adam. Say that again.
Because no, it can't. Right. So in celestial navigation on a ball, the point of intersection of the GP can never be a right angle unless it's North Pole to equator. Yeah?
Unless it's North Pole to equator. Anyone even work that out? Any flat Earth geometrists? I don't know.
I'm not sure what he's talking about, because if he's talking about GP of the stars, so I have no idea what he's talking about. Really, don't understand his process of thinking. Let's say, no idea. I still don't know what is at 90 degree. To what?
Yeah. Somebody's coming, I don't know who Sammy Shack is. Might be QE or maybe Nathan. One of the guys. Anyway, come in for a chat. It says, angles are integral parts of triangles. 3 of them, in fact. All 3 of them. Completely integral, yes. Forming their interior angles, yes. As I said, 3 of them. Without angles, triangles wouldn't exist. They are essential components that define the shape and properties of triangles. Fantastic. Well done. It's a good job we've got some geometric geniuses to come in and point us out of that. Yes. They are
Three of
called
those.
triangles after all,
Yeah,
you know.
there'd be 3 of those things called angles. However, these folks here only have measured 1.
Yeah.
And have turned that 1 into a triangle.
It's an angle that's generated another 2. Replicated itself. Impossibly.
Weirdly, yeah.
Okay, guys, sorry, I am off to bed. So
Okay.
Good night.
Night paper.
Night paper.
That's it. So in their paradigm, they have to make this disconnect that somehow the fundamentals of triangles, which is the underpinning of celestial navigation, is broken.
This is Adam. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is what other people.
So in their paradigm, they have to make this disconnect that somehow the fundamentals of triangles, which is the underpinning of celestial navigation, is broken.
There you go. Triangles, which is the underpinning of celestial navigation. It's broken. You break the fundamentals of triangles.
Either because it's a curved baseline or the point of intersection with the surface isn't the straight baseline that's referencing to generate the angle. It's 1 or 2. Better the devil they try to deny both devils. Do you understand? that disturb them.
Like that. I thought that was genius. Have you ever heard this saying? Better the devil.
It's 1 or 2.
Listen to it again.
Better the devil they try to deny both devils. Do you understand?
Better the devil they try to deny both devils. Well,
you've heard of that one, right? You may have heard it.
You may have been drinking a bit.
You may have heard it differently when you heard it the first time round.
Adam had a little too much to drink.
Better the devil you try and deny both of the devils. Maybe because you've got double vision, Adam.
That could well be.
You should have put the wine down a long time ago.
Rather, yeah, and
Makes
create
me
disruption.
so
happy that I quit drinking.
It's a cautionary tale, Rob. It's a cautionary tale.
Sir. 100%.
Oh, and get out of this arena. Drop the model. Otherwise, there's a chance that you could end up like this. Right? It might just not be the drink. It could be the drink and the model affliction.
I will never end up like this.
I think this is what happens whenever you start becoming like into this debate arena. You know, it does make people like this. And obviously, if you're the type of person that likes a few drinks every now and again, then it's likely that you might end up all bitter and twisted and arguing with people about some nonsensical shit. Because, I mean, you can get away with it in these arenas. You can get away with being drunk and you are just like horrible people. Like some of the worst people, I think. Like this is one of the reasons you don't want to invite people into this arena. One, because they've got no arguments. They just talk nonsense. And 2, some of them are really aggressive. Power hungry. It's just not a good place, really.
Either. I'm over.
Right, but they can't even get into the basics of geometry or measurement.
Says John. They can't even get into the basics of geometry or measurement. Now, who
What,
are
like-
they?
Yeah, like the basics of geometry of you can do fuck all with an angle.
Yeah.
Like that one.
Like those basics, yeah.
Yeah.
Like John's just trying to fool people, and that's John being Flat Earth Society.
Because that horizontal must be your eye level or the surface level.
What? Must be. Maybe that's within there.
They're wanting to curve it, though, which excludes them from the conversation.
Well, what they actually do is when they create a tangent, this is mathematically, not what they do in reality.
You're talking about make sure you identify who they are, the anti-flat earthers, because that's different than Gary.
Yeah, there's a difference than Gary. The anti-flat earthers. I mean, are you
Wouldn't well, I was going to say, wouldn't we be cast as anti-flat earthers? We've been saying it's not flat for quite some time now. They're very upset at us, most flat earthers. So, but we don't ever talk about curving a baseline. That's ridiculous.
Because Gary, you said he was a flat earther. Make sure you identify the people group you're talking about, Brian.
Yeah, make sure you identify the people group whenever you say they. Brian?
Yeah, I will do. In people who do celestial navigation and believe they're on a globe.
Right, that's the group that he's got there. People who do celestial navigation and believe they're on a globe. So I guess that could count out 99.9999999% of people, since no fucker actually does celestial navigation. So Brian's talking about a group of people that don't exist. Unless you want to talk about the people that you want to use it as an argument within this false dichotomy, right? If that's what you're talking about, then, there might be at least 2 or 3 of them. But, I mean, you're speaking to a tiny group of people.
What they actually do is they create a tangent, right, mathematically, and they have an angle to a celestial body. But that tangent stretches all the way to the horizon, and the horizon is lifted up right, as a refracted position up to meet that tangent. And that tangent stretches all the way through the horizon, all the way to underneath that celestial body, and then there's a straight vertical up to that a straight line up to that celestial body. Right? That is, they create a right angle triangle.
There you go, he's just explained it. That's Brian's logic. That's what they do. Now, who are they? Who's they's? We don't know. We just have to take Brian's word for it that they actually do that.
They then take that right angle triangle and they bring it down, so it's so the base of it, adjacent of it, is down at their equatorial plane, and it stretches out into their celestial plane. That's what they do, and that also brings down the celestial body. So then they can take that angle where that celestial body is then in a straight line to the center of their globe. That will be the point on their arc that the distance will be. So from the observer to that point, and that's how they measure that arc, right? But it's not how they calculate the arc. It's not a measurement, right? But that's what they must do. But that all happens after the right angle triangle from what they think and what they want to have people believe is a tangent. So they don't have just 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. They have a right angle triangle that they then move down.
Hey, Brian's telling everyone what they do.
So they end up with 2. They're saying it's not a right angle triangle. If you look at what they actually do, they have 2 right angle triangles.
We've got 2. Brian's very knowledgeable on all of this.
Do you know what I mean? It's so stupid, but they deny it.
No.
See, they deny it. But he's obviously not talking about us because we know that it's just an angle. It's not a triangle.
No, they don't. You described it right. So, you know what
They
we
do.
do? They create their tangent plane on the top of their ball, wherever they're stood, because that's the top. And then they transpose that tangent plane down to the center, take it to hell. And then the same angle they've used, where
Take it to hell. What they do. That's Adam Meakin again. Has anyone ever known Adam Meakin to present an argument yet? Or just tell you what this bullshit?
and then they transpose that tangent plane down to the center, take it to hell. And then the same angle.
Transpose the tangent plane to the center. When have you ever heard that? Do you know what they call a tangent plane at the center? A diameter. It's not a tangent.
They've used where that intersects on the sphere that they've imaginarily created, which is based on R, because to change the R, change the point of intersection, and then take that and calculate it there as the point of intersection. Okay? Because they have to incorporate R with the angle, so that's how they take it.
Complete and utter nonsense that Adam's talking. And nobody's telling him to shut up. Stop talking, Adam. This is on QE's show.
Right? So there is no right angle triangle ever from them. They've got an angle to infinity, right? That they take from their tangent plane, and then they take that angle to infinity to a presupposed center point of a presupposed sphere, and it's that point of intersection with the presupposed sphere that then X marks the spot.
You want to hear it again? Adam Meakin.
And then they take that angle to infinity to a presupposed center point of a presupposed sphere, and it's that point of intersection with the presupposed sphere that then X marks the spot.
So what's an angle to infinity that you're taking somewhere? Adam Meakin.
Now, Occam's razor, or we've got triangles, and where it comes down is the distance, is the GP.
This is going in the song. This would be good. Adam Meakin trying to work out. Take this as an argument.
Now, Occam's razor, or we've got triangles, and where it comes down is the distance, is the GP.
Once more.
Occam's razor, or we've got triangles, and where it comes down is the distance, is the GP.
There you go. Or we've got triangles, and where it comes down is the distance, is the GP. I mean, that's flat Earth summed up. The Sextant argument summed up in this few words. Adam Meakin does it.
Occam's razor, or we've got triangles, and where it comes down is the distance, is the GP.
Absolute nonsense, but well done, Adam. You're the flat earther. Well done.
Yeah, but that's the second step, isn't it? The first step with the sextant, when you look at the horizon through the scope, you are looking at 180 degrees left to right or right to left, yeah, a horizontal line. And you bring the celestial through the celestial mirror right in the middle.
Boring. I don't know what this bit is.
But the very first measurement is 180 degrees.
You don't measure that 180 degrees. 180
Oh,
degrees. You just
but
assume it by the fact you've got binocular vision.
Yeah, that can.
But the very first measurement is 180 degrees.
The very first measurement is 180 degrees. What's that? You sure we have to measure that?
You don't measure that 180
Oh,
degrees. You just
but
assume it by the fact you've got binocular vision. You don't
Yeah,
measure
but
that.
you
It's no part of
you
it.
rock.
And let me finish. And a sextant doesn't incorporate a bilateral vision mirror or.
You must pre-assume that the water that basically underneath your boat there's a 180-degree line.
There's the 360 all the way around. Depends. But I'm not availed to 180 of that at any one point. I'm not a good deer, am I? I've got binocular vision. Yeah, not an alligator or anything. I've not got 180. I'm not a rabbit. Yeah, I've not got that vision. I don't reference 180 degrees. I'm confused why it's there. Why it's a number that matters.
I think that's because you've had a bit too much to drink, Adam. Somebody should have told you. Now, this sums up the night. Adam's been drinking.
You must pre-assume that the water that basically underneath your boat there's a 180-degree line.
There's the 360 all the way around. Depends. But I'm not.
You say
I'm not
180-degree
availed.
line.
Yep. He did. That's Brian. But listen to Adam, because he's definitely had far too much to drink. Listen.
There's the 360 all the way around. Depends. But I'm not availed to 180 of that at any one point.
There's a 360, but he's not availed to 180 at any one point, which means nothing. It's just nonsense.
I'm not a good deer, am I? I've got binocular vision.
He's not a good deer. Binocular vision, is he?
Yeah, not an alligator or anything.
It's not an alligator.
Not got 180. I'm not a rabbit.
It's not a rabbit.
Yeah, I've not got that vision.
He hasn't got that vision.
I don't reference 180 degrees. I'm confused why
he's confused.
Why it's a number that matters.
And that sums up the entirety of the flat Earth angle argument. I'll go back to the beginning just to point out here where we started off. So listen to this, because this was right at the beginning of this bit.
Moon, validate, and then what's the distance to Andromeda? Validate, please.
I'm gonna include distance to Andromeda. The distance to the moon I measured to be, let me see if I still have it around here. Just a sec. Oh, my measurement used a globe assumption, but I got.
Oh, we can't do that.
I know. So I don't expect you to accept this distance, but I measured to be 360,000 kilometers.
360.
You didn't measure.
You didn't measure that.
You calculated it. It's not a measurement.
Yeah, the final value didn't came directly through my sextant because it measures angles. But as I said, I used the globe assumption to determine the distance.
You measured what? Did you say sextant?
Yeah.
How in the hell are you measuring distance with a sextant of the celestials?
How in the hell are you measuring distance with a sextant? How in the hell?
Yeah.
How in the hell are you measuring distance with a sextant of the celestials?
How?
Oh no, I measured an angle with the sextant. What I
Yeah.
did was to determine the distance using the globe assumption, as I told
No.
you.
All you got is an
Wait, wait, wait.
elevation. All you got is an elevation angle to the celestials. That doesn't
Right.
have anything to do with distance.
Doesn't have anything to do with distance. The elevation angle to the celestials got nothing to do with distance. Could you even imagine that it has?
Are you trying to solve a right angle triangle to the celestials?
Why would QE want to put a right angle triangle there after saying something like that? Like, what's the point? We got somebody in the chat trying to rile people up. Is there any religion you guys don't like? What are you trying to do that for? What sort of a question is that? We don't need those sort of people, if you don't mind. We say religion's a personal matter. So don't be trying to start religious unease in the chat, please. We've done all right without bothering about that sort of stuff. Live and let live, let's say. No need to be talking about religion. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Okay. I suppose I've took up most of the night there, haven't I? Going over the angle. Sorry, guys. Needed to be done. It's quite obvious now, though, that you cannot converse with this certain group of people, and
I sure may try one of these days, though.
yeah, you keep saying that you're going to go in there and have a
I do,
conversation. You do have to really, in order for you to find out exactly what it is, what the experience is like, you have to actually try it. Yeah, you can't.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm not talking out the side of my face. It's just it's really hard for me to wake up at 6
I
a.m.
know, it's early for you, isn't it? You work hard,
Super
Rob.
early.
You shouldn't have to get up early to talk to Nathan Oakley.
But I really want to.
Yeah.
It's just it's the want is not strong enough to wake me up yet.
I'd say, like, if you go in there with the help, because you want to help him, right? I know that you've followed these people for a long time. They probably hold quite
I
a
just
lot
don't
of
support them anymore.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, everybody comes in and these are normally the first port of call that you hear that makes you want to come in. Like, you think, I would like to have a conversation with these people. Or I did anyway. It's fascinating to hear it. That's how Nathan Oakley started off. Was actually talking to people. Doing interviews with people. But it seems like they've lost the ability to communicate. And that's the sad part of it. I can't see where they're going. How much longer they can keep going. So isolated. They're isolating themselves from anybody being able to go in and communicate with them. So, yeah, I'm not too sure. I'd still like to have a communication with them. I don't think that they can actually communicate. and I don't know where that means. What happens? What happens to the people that have been disillusioned, right, by them? Like, they've literally been lying to people for, well, I don't know. It's hard to say whether they're lying or not, but they do claim
I don't want
to
to go the
have,
way of Gary Wybanga.
they do have the claim of high intelligence, right? I mean, I'm talking about QE and Nathan Oakley and Adam Meakin and Brian's Logic. They do claim to be on the tip of the spear, as they call themselves, right? So they should be able to communicate. You'd hope that they were, but I don't know. Yeah, think on Wednesday it went pretty well. The Euclid reading of Plato. I think we might have to do that sort of thing, but go over it a few more times. Hopefully everybody doesn't get bored of it. But what we were saying was that consensus is, it's a bit hard to get into the conversation of what it actually means, because I don't know.
Yeah, I can only speak for myself, but I love when we go over the Plato stuff.
Yeah, it's not that easy to engage, though, is it, with the conversation? Because I don't know, maybe most of us are talking a bit too much. I don't know. We want to try and get more people engaged within it, but I guess hopefully in time that may come. We may not have to go over these things a few times.
I work too hard, sorry. I just like listening to you guys.
You're fine, Rob. We wouldn't want to get you told off staring at brake pads and involved about talking about philosophy. You get a name for yourself, Rob. Philosophical mechanic. Yeah, I think we're going to do quite a lot more of them. So, Discord is the place to come, and we will be doing them more in Discord. I don't know, hopefully if people become more at ease, we might do them live, but I don't know whether they're worth putting out as they are. They're more for us to learn about how to communicate with people. There will be a massive piece coming up about dialectic, and how we learn from that, and that was the bit that I was hoping that we were going to get to, but obviously it's quite a large book within it. There's a lot to take in. Well, yeah, we would consider that, but I mean, there are Shakespearean actors that have already done it, Amanda. There's some much better voices, but what we do is we talk over it. Like we work through it, and hopefully we'll give more chance to people to join in with those conversations too.
We try to get the street philosophy in there. That's what we try to do.
Yeah.
We're not Shakespearean actors.
Yeah.
Although Bev's not bad. Bev's not bad. I think Bev's much better than me reading the Shakespeare. At least he has the a believable accent.
Yeah, it has been good, and I think we will be moving on to do more of that. I know that it's more fun. I say more fun. It's better to explain why the angle can't be a triangle. and spend, you know, a little bit of time going over that rather than listening to people that are just, you know, trying to fool people, trying to mislead people into other things. Yes, Amanda, you do. You need to get onto Discord because that's where all of the good stuff is.
I have an idea in my mind.
Yeah.
I still love that teacher. He's great.
Yeah, we might finish on that one. That's a good idea, actually. We could have been going 4 hours. Let me get that queued up. Has anybody got anything else you want to go over? I don't really. I didn't really have anything. Didn't really have anything to go over here. So, are we done then? We'll get off for the weekend. I don't know what we're doing over the weekend. Well, it is definitely UFC. It's an early UFC on Saturday, so we'll be about and around.
I just want to say thanks, Beth. I'll be on YouTube. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rob. And thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Be careful which flat earthers you're listening to. In fact, I think most of them have got some ulterior motive. Watch out. And thanks for watching. We'll be back on Monday, Model Affliction Monday, but it'll probably be a little bit different somehow. Thanks, guys. And yeah, thanks for watching. See you next week.
Let me give you an analogy. And I already have the idea in my mind. Existence must be necessary to the idea.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find truth from things of old.
I have an idea in my mind. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. The idea in my mind. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. Think about it. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. What's the conclusion?
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
I have an idea in my mind. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
You're flat out contradicting yourself.
You'll find the truth from things of old.
You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Think about it. It is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. That is a necessary property of triangularity, triangleness.
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
Therefore, the fool
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
The fool
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction. He simultaneously says, I have an idea of God, and then I don't have an idea of God.
Everyone must see it for themselves. The truth is there for you to find.